Let's do that again. Let's do that again. Let's do that again. I could get it up a lot smoother than that. How's everybody doing, man? How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing well. Thank y'all for tuning into the live stream. I'm just practicing on making some melodic beats in Ableton Live. This is something that I do on my own time when I'm not making beats for specific tasks like to sell or stuff like that. What I do is I practice melodies on the keyboard, practice my keyboard technique. By no means am I a classically trained piano player, but I did take lessons a while back, and that's how I kind of know my way around the keyboard to kind of tap out notes. And I just haven't played in so long that I'm now starting to get familiar with the keyboard again, playing melodies from scratch. You know, and I just find that when you play melodies instead of clicking and stuff, or even playing it on the MPC, as well as I could play the MPC pad. Y'all have seen me do that. As well as I could play the MPC. I kind of play these 16 pads like a keyboard. If y'all have ever seen my video, well, I'm sure most of y'all have some of my videos. And when I make melodies on the MPC, I play these 16 pads just like a keyboard. So from rocking with that for so long and doing that for so long, I kind of got out of practice of using the actual keyboard, you know, because the MPC just makes it very easy. And I've also developed a technique to where I can kind of deal with these 16 pads in a melodic fashion. You know, I teach that to a lot of people who take my help sessions as well, how to deal with these pads in a melodic fashion, the way you place your hands on them. There's a specific way I do it. You know, and I don't even think I've ever covered that on a YouTube video, you know, like the ins and outs of how I use the 16 pads on the MPC as like a piano, you know, but you guys have saw me make countless numbers of melodies in it, you know, and use it like a piano. A few of you guys have commented, well, a lot of you guys have commented on my videos that, man, how do you learn how do you play that like you playing the piano? You know what I'm saying? So, but my point of that is not to really talk about the MPC too much, but just, you know, being that I'm in Ableton Live, I'm starting to get more back to using the actual keyboard, you know, and making my melodies. And yeah, I'm just finding that, you know, I kind of lost touch with it for a long time, you know, just lost touch with it. I still do use it, you know, even when I make my beats previously before, I'll still use it from time to time, but not as much as I find myself on it now, you know, playing melodies but yeah, so I try and do it every week. I practice my technique on the piano, just playing chords and, you know, melodies and making certain beats with it. You know what I'm saying? So I figured while I was doing it today, this is my time that I do it today, I might as well go live and kind of give you guys an idea of, you know, and it's not, you know, I have a few techniques that I use on the keyboard as well, you know, to know where to place my fingers, you know, and stuff like that I was taught, you know, when I took lessons. So I know, you know, I know a bit about what I'm doing on the piano, which is why I can play it. But at the same time, Like I said, I lost touch with it for so long that I'm kind of rusty on it. So I find myself kind of missing notes and just going over things, when I'm playing. So I told myself I'm gonna get back into practicing it, just practicing it and just kind of working with it, feeling it out again and getting familiar with the keys again. So that's what we doing today, man. I'm gonna make a few beats, with some melodies, and just kind of cook up and show you guys my process, man. I know a lot of you guys, y'all always ask me to show more videos of my process and what I do, when I make my beats. So that's the whole purpose for going live tonight. I hope everybody's doing well. What's up, Area 51 Beats? I just made a melodic beat too. Nice. What type of beat was it, man? Like, was it a trap beat or something like that? A pop beat? Yeah, I find it fun. I find it fun to make melodic beats on the keyboard, and the reason why is because you can have so much expression, and the thing is, you don't have to really know how to play the keyboard. It's better if you do know how to play it, but you don't really have to know how to play the keyboard, and for anybody that's just starting trying to learn how to play, a piano or trying to understand it, I don't suggest you focus too much on the technical aspect. Like that, you're gonna develop that the more you, especially if you learn with somebody, if you have a piano teacher and they're gonna teach you the technical aspect of it. What I tell people that's learning the piano, trying to learn the piano, is just kind of focus more on feeling it out and understanding the correlation between notes. Like if you hit this note, will this note sound good with it? Will this note sound good with it? This note, see, that's off. You see what I'm saying? Like, just kind of understand the correlation of the notes, and you're gonna start to realize that understanding that not only trains your ear for what you're hearing, but as you learn the technique of it, as you're a teacher or you're a piano instructor or whoever you're taking those lessons, which teaches you the actual technique, you're going to start to relate the technique with what you're hearing. And it's because you're getting the technique from them, but you're focused more on just associating the correlation between notes when they come down to sound. So that's what I suggest. I kind of learned it the hard way, just technique all the way through. But, later on, somebody kind of hit me to that and it helped me out a lot, when I just started kind of focusing on just the correlation between notes, like which notes just sound good together, see which notes sound good together, and once you start to understand that, you're gonna develop certain patterns that you have fixed in your head of the keyboard. And it's just because you know that certain notes go together, so you're gonna form certain patterns. It's no different than playing a drum machine or anything like that. Like an MPC, you're gonna form certain patterns in your head. So that's what helped me out a lot. But that's what I'm doing. I do this. I do this. What I'm doing now. Practice on the piano, making beats, and then also I practice on my guitar, which is right here in the back of me. I've been doing that a lot lately because I have someone that's teaching me, that's showing me a few things on the guitar, in my Discord. So, yeah, it's amazing to do. And pretty soon I'm going to have him on my live stream as well, so that way you guys can check him out. But he's showing me a few things on the guitar. So I have that practice. Plus I have piano practice, so that's the two things that I'm shifting between. And yeah, man, it's just practice. Everything is kind of hard right out of the gate when you start, but at the same time, you just got to take it step by step and just find successes in certain small things that you do, so like I'm learning on the guitar how to finger notes very, very well. So, a small success that I had is now I can go up and down the fretboard with each finger while I'm fingering the notes and strumming. I can go up and down the fretboard very, very easily now. Before, when I first picked up a guitar, I couldn't do that at all. Like, my fingers just didn't want to cooperate. But just over the weeks of practice, and now I can do it very easily. Go up and down the fretboard, each finger one at a time, boom, 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 and I can do it quickly to a metronome. So even though that's a small thing, I'm not playing songs yet or anything like that, but even though it's a small thing, you got to find small successes in the things that you're trying to learn, just very small successes. Because that's the trick to keep going. You know, when you always hitting a brick wall like you can't do something, then you'll be quick to put it down or to stop it. But if you can find small successes in learning something, you know, and also have the right person to guide you, you know, that's a big thing. You know, and having the right personality, not only the person and what they know, you know, that personality you got to connect with, all that stuff like that. You know, that way you can learn in a very, very fluid environment. You know what I'm saying? It's just not how much the person know. You know, sometimes when we learn something from somebody, we just put everything on how much they know. That's not everything. That's only like 20 or 30% of it. The rest is what type of person are they? Do they have a personality that you can vibe with? You know, their manner of teaching. You know what I'm saying? Do they speak in a manner that you understand? You know, do they, all of that? That has something to do with teaching. So that's the thing about it. So, you know, I found somebody that's really, you know, like I connect, me and him kind of connect. You know, he's a producer as well. He learned how to, he knows how to play the guitar. And yeah, you know, like he kind of showing me a lot of stuff, man. So on my Discord, and we do it on Discord every week. But this is piano practice, not guitar practice. This is piano practice for the week, you know, just making some beats, man. So let's go on and do it, man. Let's get into it. I didn't mean to get off that, but you know, by all means, if y'all have any comments, if y'all have any questions or anything like that, based on what y'all see, then just drop them in the comments section. I'm gonna try and help you guys out with what I do here. So I just kind of played this melody just a minute ago on the keys. So we're gonna see if we can make something with that. What I like to do with my melodies, with my piano melodies, is I like to make them very, very soft, like abnormally soft. You know what I'm saying? Like what I mean is this would be kind of like normal. Like if a piano, if you were hitting the keys like this. See, that's normal. That's about normal. But I purposely play my notes very, very soft, like this. And I'll show you guys why I do that. I play them very, very soft because my processing is what brings up what I want. I want the notes to be soft, especially when I'm making melodic beats. I want the notes to be very soft, and then how I process it is going to bring the volume up more and more. So I'm going to show you guys what I mean. See, this melody is very soft because of the velocities I laid down. It's very soft. All right. See, very, very, very soft. And you can randomize the notes how you want. But everything is very soft. Okay, so let's process it. So first thing I'm gonna do, once I get the notes that's all, first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go on and convert it and freeze and flatten the track before I put any effects on it. I like to work with audio files. You can work with MIDI if you want, but it's just my preference to work with audio files. That's what I like to work with, you know. So I'm quick to render something out to audio very quickly. If y'all watch my videos, y'all see me do that all the time. After I make a bell, boom, it's going to audio. You know, a lot of people, they get kind of leery because of that, because they want the MIDI notes just in case they want to go change something around and do something later to it or whatever. So they kind of keep the MIDI running as much as they can. You know, I've seen people that even save their projects with all MIDI, you know, just, you know, but I kind of train myself to commit to what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? Like to go with an idea and commit to that idea. And if it doesn't work out, then that's what the new project button is for. You know, you start a new beat, you know, you finish that one up to the best of your ability, you start another beat. You feel what I'm saying? So, you know, I was that person that when I laid down MIDI notes, I kept the MIDI I kept the MIDI notes, you know, a long time ago as much as I could, because I was like, well, what if I want to change it? Let me just, you know, so I would literally leave the MIDI running, process the MIDI with the plugins, all my on the MIDI, you know, no audio, just MIDI file, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, I got to the point to where, yeah, just render that out to audio and commit to it, bro, you know? And what I found is that helps me to be a little bit more creative, because when you commit to audio, when you commit to audio, then it's almost like you're locked in and you're forced to do something with that. whether it is continue what you did, resample it, reverse it, chop it up. It forces you to be creative with that when you bounce the audio. You see what I'm saying? Versus having a MIDI. Now you could go change some notes up or change this or change that. You commit to that audio file, and then you use your skill to get it going. You know, and it's a bunch of techniques that you learn how to deal with audio files. You know, when you're in music production, you could do all type of stuff to it. You know, not only just chop it and flip it. You know, you could reverse it, you could pitch it, you could do all kind of stuff to it. You could warp it. You could, you know, you just got to learn the techniques on what to do with an audio file. You feel what I'm saying? So that's what I like to do, man. You know. What's happening? Zach the Legend, what's going on? I was playing with FL earlier and I almost broke my monitor. Oh, whoa, man, what happened, bro? What happened? That's a story. Drop the story in the chat. I'd like to know more about that. My boy said I almost broke my monitor. Which was it was a bad beat making day, man. You know, you got you got a little frustrated, man. What's up, Dopalicious? How's everything going, man? And what's up? Who is that? What's up, Lotus Eye Beats? What's going on, man? Are you guys making beats tonight in the Discord? Like y'all not gonna jump in the Discord for a little while and cook up? That's my SFG online right now, man. If y'all jump in the Discord for a while and cook up, man, I'll definitely come in there and holler at y'all, man. Okay, let's process this file real quick, man. So like I said, I like to render the audio out real soft. Before I render it out, I make sure that the pianos are very, very soft, like abnormally soft, the velocities. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me go back and show y'all before I render it out. Look. This is the velocities right here. Now, this would be normal. This would be like normal, like somebody playing the piano normal. See, that's somebody playing the piano normal. You know? That's normal, okay? But me, I like to go, you know, like way, way down with my velocity, like play it soft, like that. To where you could barely hear what's going on. See what I'm saying? And then my processing is what brings it up. But y'all gonna see what that does to the melody. And this is just a little trick that I learned just from being around producers and you know, just kind of asking questions and taking in the sauce. You feel what I'm saying? You know, so I do my notes really, really soft. Even when I play, like I'm not on the keyboard hitting like this, you know, hitting hard on the keyboard. I'm playing very, very light, very, very soft. Sometimes like the MIDI note don't even register. I'm playing it so soft. I gotta go like up the velocity, you know what I'm saying? But I want it to be that soft, okay? So this is what that does. So I'm a freeze and flatten that to audio. I was in piano roll and I couldn't hear my notes and I kept messing with it and it was complicated while I was trying to follow to. Oh, so you was just getting frustrated by learning. That's what my boy said. You got frustrated by learning. Yeah, man. You know, like get some help from somebody, dog. Like don't beat your head up against a wall just because you want to stay in your studio by yourself and take on the whole world by yourself, dog. Like, you know, that's pointless, man. Like, for real, just get the help from somebody, dog. Reach out to somebody for some help, man. Like, seriously, bro. Like, nothing is wrong with that. Like, you're not a leper just because you ask somebody, hey, can you show me this right here? You feel what I'm saying? Like YouTube is helping people, but it's hurting us also. It's helping us, but it's hurting us, man. You know, like everybody feel like they could go run to YouTube as their best friend, and they totally missing the fact that a person could teach me way better than a video can. A person, literally, like a person that's talking to you, that you can ask questions to. You don't have to drop a comment in the comment section and wait for a reply. You know, you don't have to freeze the screen and zoom in and try and figure out what button did he press. You don't have to do that. You could just ask the person. So, like, connect with somebody, man. Ask somebody for some help, dog. Like, you know, don't just sit in your studio beating your head up against a wall and, you know, that's just wasting time. It's wasting time to learn a valuable lesson. That's how it was put to me. You're wasting time to learn a valuable lesson, which is, you know, that nobody does shit all on their own. Nobody, you know, especially successful people. They don't do shit all on their own. You know what I'm saying? That's just a valuable lesson that a lot of people gotta learn, and why they can't get stuff going for themselves. Like nobody don't do stuff on their own, man. Like it doesn't happen that way, especially in the music industry. Don't happen that way. Sometimes it take people 20 years to figure that out and wonder why their career went nowhere. Like, you know, it's just, well, it's simply because you thought you could do it all by yourself. You thought you could, and that ain't the way this industry works. It's just not like that, you know. Yeah, but just try and get the help from somebody, man. Else you just go get more and more frustrated, and it's gonna take you a long time to learn something that you could have learned literally in 5 minutes if you would have just linked up with somebody. Could have learned it in 5 minutes, you know. That's everybody's choice, man. Everybody like to operate in their own fashion, you know. And like some people have a problem with asking for help because it's something, you know, like maybe it's because of the environment or how they was raised or whatever. You know, it's just not a thing with them. It's almost like a mental thing with them. They got a thing about asking people for help because they just wasn't raised to do that, you know. And I don't know who would be raising their children like that, not to ask for help from nobody. I don't know who would be doing that, but yeah, some people was taught that by some weird ass person that was raising them, you know, that you can't ask nobody for help. You're not a man if you don't ask, if you ask somebody for help, and that's totally false. You know what I'm saying? Totally false. You know, and usually the person that's telling you that is the person that ain't went nowhere in their life. They ain't done nothing in their life. That's why he telling you that. You know, maybe if they would have asked for help from somebody, they'd have done something with their life. You know. Okay, man, let's go. Let me process this melody real quick. Let's go, man. Before we spend all day on the live stream and didn't even do nothing. Let's go. Okay, so my notes is soft, and then I'm gonna process the melody. But the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up an EQ, and I'm gonna find the presence of the melody. Y'all have seen me do this time and time again on many videos. Pull up an EQ, and we're gonna find the presence. I kind of already know what a presence is, so I'm gonna go straight to it. You know, the presence is what a piano, the feel of the piano, the feel of it, the mood of it. So I'm finding that right now. All right. Okay, that's my presence right there. I got the presence boosted. All right. Boom. And I took down a little bit of the low end. Okay. And then after that, I'm going to grab a compressor. I like using a FET 76 on my piano melodies because it's a very, very, you know, like this is a harsh compressor, but the way Arturia did this one is very, very smooth. I like it. So I like this one besides the one from Waves right here. This is the one from Waves, the actual authentic one from Waves. This is the one that y'all see the most. This one. Come on, pull it up, pull it up, pull it up. Stop. There it is. See, so this is the actual authentic one at the bottom. That's the one from Waves. But you can see the similarity in them. So this is Arturia's version of it, of the classic 76. You know what I'm saying? And I like this one from Waves, but I like the one from Arturia better because it's a little smooth. It's a harsh compressor to begin with, it is. But it's a little bit smoother on this one. I like that. I like the smoothness that it brings. Let's go. See, now I brought up the quiet parts and pushed down the largest parts, the loudest parts. See? So that's where I get my piano sound from, not the actual notes. When I play the piano, it's very soft, and then my processing is what brings it up. And it's just because it for melodic beats, it gives more of a very, very smooth, chill tone whenever your notes is that low. You know, that light and that low, and then you use your processing to bring it up. Now that I got the compressor on there, I'm gonna go ahead and give it some reverb. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go on and I'm gonna hit it with a delay after that. And this is gonna be just very, very slight in the background. So watch, I'll show you what I mean. See, it's almost like you could barely hear the delay. See? But it's there, and this is how you can tell it's there. Watch when he gets to the end of the bar. Watch. That's when you can hear it, when it stops. See, you can hear that delay kind of trail a little bit. And the reason why I do that, put that little delay at the end, is because I don't never want the piano to end abrupt, to whoop, it just cut off. I want it to kind of trail a little bit. So that's what that delay does. So I'm not using the delay for an effect action on the piano. I'm using it for when the piano ends at the end of the bar. Anytime that piano ends at the end of a bar, or when I'm arranging the beat and I shorten it, that delay is gonna kind of carry just a little bit, so the piano don't end abruptly, whoop, and it's not gonna sound too natural. So I just put a little reverb on. I mean a little delay on the end of my piano, on my piano. You can hear very slight, very slight. Okay, there we go. We got one. Let's go on and do another. Let's do another one. Okay, get myself another track. Let's go on and I'm gonna play a let's pull up an electric piano. Let's go. Oh wait, before we do that, I'm not gonna do the electric piano track just yet. Before we do that, it just reminded me. So let's save that one. I'm gonna keep that VST on there, but I'm gonna pull up the same VST I had before on a new track. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up that same keyboard that I had before, that I did the first melody with, this one. Okay, and the reason why is because I'm gonna play some notes in a higher range. Okay, in a higher range. I'm gonna show you what that does while the melody is playing. Check this out. This is where I played the melody, in this range right here. Wait, in this range right here. That's where I played it. In that range, but we're gonna shift it up. See that range right there? So I'm gonna play some notes on top of this, but I'm gonna hit notes like this. That's hitting notes close together, like not playing the actual key, the actual chord that I play like this. I'm hitting notes close together. See? So I'm gonna play a melody, and in certain places I'm gonna hit those notes together, and y'all gonna see what that does to the actual to the authenticity of the melody. Watch, check this out. Let me zoom. Let me do this so y'all can see what I'm doing. See, so I'm gonna be hitting notes, not playing the chords like this. That would be playing the chords like this. That's the two chords I got. So I'm gonna be just hitting notes. So check it out. I'm gonna just show y'all. Check it out. Y'all gonna be able to see it after I do it. Right, so check out what I did. Look at the MIDI. See, look, In this part of the MIDI right here, let me zoom in. And in this part of the MIDI right here, see, I got 2 notes hitting right here, see? But if you notice, they're slightly off, see? So that's me purposely hitting the keys like this. Just 2 notes. See, I'm doing it like in a flam, like boom, my hand is hitting the keys and just in a flam. And then I'll play a melody one-handed. And then I'll do it again somewhere. See? So let's say I start off like this with the 2 notes, then I'll play the melody, then do it again. See? To end. So again, do my flam, then play the notes, play the melody, then do it again. See? And it puts that authentic feel to it. Listen to it. See? See? The 2 notes. So I did it a bunch in the last part, in the last half. I did it a lot. And you can see it on the grid. See? This is 2 right here. See? 2 close together. And then see my flam? 1 note hit and then the other note hit. So that's like this. See? So I did it there to start it off. Then I played the melody. I played the little melody right here. No flams, just 1 hand. Just playing notes. And then I did it again right here. See, to end the melody, to end the little melody right here. See, again, with the F, the C and the F, 2 notes close together. See what I'm saying? And then I did it again here. See the A and the D? See, right here and right here, that's another one. See? So it makes the melody a little bit more authentic. And also, when you're making a top melody, make use of the triplet. You're playing 3 notes, two notes close together, but you're playing them very quickly. See? So this is slow. That's what I'm playing. Dun dun dun. That's fast. Slow. And this is what it sounds like fast. See? Learn that technique right there. Learn that on your keyboard. Practice with just 2 notes close together. Again, this is slow. That's what you're playing. And I'm literally hitting 2 notes close together. But then when you speed it up, it sounds like this. So you can do things like, see? See? So learn that little triplet. Learn that, like, for real. Like, I practiced that for a long time, like hours and hours. I would practice that, just that triplet. Again, you're playing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm going back and forth. Look, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then you're gonna get quick at it. See? See? Learn that technique. For all of y'all that play the piano or are learning to play the piano, just practice on that 3. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 and get fast and fast. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. See? Before you know it, you're gonna be hearing that. And then you just add another note at the end. See? See, that's what it's gonna sound like. This right here. See? You know, just authentic little tricks that a piano player does, you know, an actual piano player does. Okay, let's render this. Let's render this to audio. I'm gonna freeze and flatten this to audio. Learn, like for real, no joke. Learn that little small technique will literally upgrade your piano top melodies. Just practicing that 3-note technique. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1. Just practice it with 2 fingers. Your index finger, your first finger, and your second finger. Put them on the keys and just practice. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3, and get fast and fast. Da 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 da. Get fast and fast. Da 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 da. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1. Get fast and fast. I'm serious. That's just that little technique right there. When you're laying down melody, it's gonna change the way your top melody sound. It's gonna change it, like totally change it. All right, now now that we got the top melody, let's do a little processing on that. I usually squash the top melody down, okay? So I'm gonna show you how I do that. I start with the compressor first, not that one. I start with the compressor first. On the other melody, I started with the EQ first. But for the top melody, I don't want that top melody to be heard. Why I keep pulling up that one, man? Come on, bro. I don't want the top melody to spike over the actual chords, the first melody. So I'll usually squash that one down a lot. And I let it peek through. See? See? I let it peek through. And the reason why I do the compression first is because I'm gonna do the reverb after that, and my EQ gonna go last, but I'm gonna use a different EQ to shape the whole thing. All right, and then after that, after the reverb, I'm gonna put the delay, same exact slight delay I did with the first melody. Again, that delay is gonna make sure that the piano doesn't end abrupt. Like at the ending of a bar, it doesn't end abrupt. That delay is gonna kind of carry just a little bit. All right. It just sounds unnatural when an instrument gets to the ending of the bar and it just cuts off. Whoop. You know, so if you put reverb and delay on your stuff, it's gonna make sure that when your instrument when you're arranging, when you get to the ending of a section, your instrument just don't cut off, and it sound it sound like unnatural, you know. See, I want it to be bare. I want you to barely hear it. All right, now that we got that, let's go. I'm gonna use this EQ right here, the Love Thickest EQ right here, and that's how I'm gonna shape the sound with all of them effects that I put on it. I use this EQ right here whenever I'm at the end, whenever I put a bunch of effects before. Like if I'm EQing right out of the gate, like as the first plugin on the melody, I'll use my linear EQ. But if I'm EQing a group of things that I did, like a bunch of effects or a bunch of things that I did, and the EQ is coming after that, I use something like this to shape the sound. I can shape the sound a little bit better. Then that other EQ, I use that for more detailed stuff. This is like a shaping EQ right here, to shape everything, to shape large sections or something. There we go. All right. Now we're gonna go to the electric piano, right? I already have that plugin pulled up. We was about to start that before, but I wanted to do the top melody first. So now I got the electric piano. The reason why I use electric pianos over I use electric pianos. Oh, you sub to the Twitch thing. Good, man. Zach the Legend. Good, man. Now you when you join the Discord, you could have access to the whole entire Discord, man. You know, if you subscribe to the Twitch, just make sure you connect your Twitch to Discord. That way Discord can pick up that you're a Twitch subscriber. And now you're gonna have access to all the rooms on there. They got a sample library on there that's accessible to my subscribers. And it's a full sample library, like all from me. I mean almost 60 melodies in there with the stems and everything. And that's just a free sample library. And I keep dropping samples that, samples that I make, melodies that I make. It's all royalty free. Y'all can go do whatever y'all want with that. So that's on Discord. You get access to that. You get to promote your music, promote your links if you're a subscriber. So now you're able to drop your music in there. On the promote yourself page. You could do all of that in there now. Plus you get benefits on when we have the Twitch live streams. You get gifts and stuff. All my SFG members, my Discord, official Discord members, they get gifts on the live streams, cash and all type of stuff like that. Okay, so let's do the electric piano. My bad. Let's do the electric piano. But yeah, you're gonna enjoy it, man. You're gonna enjoy being a subscriber, man. When we cook up in there, you can come in there and show your screen, chat with us, all that. Okay, this is my electric piano. The reason, like I was saying, the reason why I use a E piano over pianos like this keyboard, the ones that I already laid down, this right here. The reason why I use that is because these pianos tend to be a little bit harsh. Those type of pianos. Now I have some darker pianos, but when I use these, the ones out of that SRX, they tend to be a little bit harsh. Okay, now there's another one in there, the black one. It's a darker one, and it's a little bit more chill and ballady. The pianos in there are like ballads. They make like good ballads, so they're softer. But this one is a bit harsh, but I wanted to use that one. So the way I combat that is by using the E piano, because the E piano is very soft. See, it's very soft. So I'm gonna show y'all how that works over the melody when we process it. Let's go. I'm gonna play in the chord, but what I'm gonna do with this, I still want my top melody to carry most of the melody. I just want this to back everything up. So I'm gonna play the regular chords. I'm gonna play the chords, and then I'm gonna do like just some shuffles in the middle. That's it, and then go to the next chord. See, do a little shuffle in the middle, then go to the chord. See? And that's gonna make sure that I still have a little bit of movement with this. I'm not just playing dry chords. That's gonna make sure I have a little bit of movement to this E piano right here, just a little bit, but it's not gonna overpower the first piano melody. So watch, check it out. Let's go. Let me play it. I can't hear it. No, I cannot hear it. The track is muted. Let's go. See? See? That's the shuffle. This is the chord right here that I played, and then that's the little shuffle, and that's all I'm doing with the E piano, and it's gonna back up my original melody. I'm not playing no melodies like this. See, playing some crazy. I don't want to do that because my first piano melody got that in there. I just want this one to back it up. So I'm just doing little small shuffles. And I just want that to repeat. No, I don't want it to repeat. I'm going to record something else in the last half just to make it a little bit different. Let's practice the piano, man. Let's practice. I keep forgetting we practicing our piano, our skills. So instead of me looping that over again in the second half of the bar right here, just doing this and looping it over again, I'm going to go ahead on and play something else. So I'm going to press this button up here, this plus button. That makes sure that when I record over this track right here, it's going to keep the notes there. If this plus button isn't engaged, it's gonna record over them notes and erase the ones I got while I'm playing new ones. So I'm gonna hit this plus button, make sure that anything I record, it keeps these notes that I have played already. So let's go down and do it. When you hit that, start to record. Let's go. So when you get to the end, I'm gonna play something else. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shoot, I messed that one up. There we go. There we go. Forgot what notes I played. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Play it, start to record. And we're gonna start at the end of the bar. One, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Woo! Wait, hold up. What did I do? Put that back. Okay, so I got that. I'm gonna join those two clips to make sure I got both the notes in there. So this is my second half right now. This is my second half right here that I just played right here. Boom, with the first half. All right. So now we got that. Oh, that's nice. See, I played these notes so soft they didn't even come through. Remember, we want the notes soft, so our processing is gonna bring it up. It's gonna bring the notes up. We want the notes soft. So let me just solo this track so I can hear how soft I played that. Look. That's how soft I played it. Barely hear it. But we're gonna take our processing and again we're gonna bring it up. Let's go. So let's convert that to audio. Remember, we like to work off the audio track, man. All you MIDI heads that don't want to leave that don't want to transform that MIDI into audio because you scared. Make sure you do that, man. Put the MIDI to audio, man. Commit, bro. Commit. I ain't gonna lie, I used to have a weird feeling when I rendered MIDI out to audio. Like when I first started making music, like producing, it's like I had a weird feeling whenever I rendered MIDI to audio. I was like, oh man, now I'm stuck with it. Like I didn't want to do that. But later on, you know, as I got better and better, I started to realize, man, convert that shit to audio quick. Like when you make that pattern, man, put that shit in audio. And it's gonna test your skills to see what you can do, you know? When you're locked into that audio file, what you're gonna do with it. You see what I'm saying? So it's like I like to go, like, as soon as I play a pattern, boom, it's going to audio. You'll see that on my YouTube video. As soon as I play a pattern, boom, it's going to audio. Okay, let's go. Look, check this out. Okay, so we're gonna put it. I'm gonna process this. Let's do this. That electric piano I just played, I'm gonna solo it and I'm gonna process it while it's soloed. Just so y'all can hear as I put the processing on, y'all gonna start to hear that it does something to that soft melody. It keeps doing to that soft melody. Keep going. So let's go. Do you what's up the Brian Joe the Brian Joga report? What's up, man? Appreciate you pulling up, man. Do you always render before effects or after? I don't always do anything. It just depends on the audio, like what I'm doing. Sometimes I'll render before effects, sometimes I'll render after. It just depends on what I'm doing, what the audio is. It depends on the incoming audio as to what I decide to do. Okay, for example, if I want something to have a lot of process, if I know whatever I did is gonna have a lot of processing, like I know in my head whatever is coming next, that's gonna be a few plugins, and it's plugins I'm gonna have to tweak for a certain sound. Then I'm a render the audio out before I put those plugins on. You see what I'm saying? Because I want to be able to have the audio file and tweak the plugins on the audio file. If it's something that I'm doing that I'm gonna possibly be adding to something, meaning adding a melody to adding more to it, or using that to add to something, like this melody, for instance, if I'm gonna add that to something, then I'll render the effects out with the melody on it. You see what I'm saying? It all depends on the purpose of what I'm doing. You know, I never try and lock anything into a box. And that's something that I keep telling people over and over again. Try not to lock anything into a box in your music production. What I mean by that is we don't always do nothing. We do it according to what's there, to what I'm hearing. We don't always do something. You see what I'm saying? Like, people try and lock this into some specific science. That's what that is. Locking it into a specific science. You see, but you do things according to what's necessary. You mix according to what's necessary. You add to your track according to what's necessary. You place your drum patterns according to what's necessary. You level your sounds according to what's necessary. You see what I'm saying? That releases you from this box, instead of saying, I always do my drums like this, or I always do my 808 like this, or I always level at this level right here, or I always, see, it kind of releases you from that. You do what's necessary according to the incoming audio, and how well you can understand the audio, and how well you know what you're doing. That's going to determine if you can do that to it, if you can listen to the audio and determine what needs to be done to it. A lot of people aren't that educated enough to know what to do to their audio. So that's what they run to try and lock it into a box, to where I can always do that. I always do this thing. And it's simply because they don't know enough technique to do a variety of things based on what the audio is doing, or what the audio is saying. They don't really know that. So the best way, the only other way, is to come up with a specific way I do this. See? So I'm saying that so you guys can be careful of that. You know, be careful of telling yourself that you always do this to your stuff, or I always do that to my stuff. You see what I'm saying? Because I promise you that's going to limit you more than it's going to help you. Because you're going to be looking to do something that you already pre-made in your mind. You already it already was pre-thought of in your mind, and you're totally not listening to what the audio is doing. That's going to cause you to start forcing things on the audio. I'm forcing the audio to do this, rather the audio telling you what it wants to do already. If you listen to it, the audio is going to tell you what to do to it. If you listen to it very well, it's going to tell you if it need reverb. It's going to tell you if it need delay. It's going to tell you if it needs a chorus. It's going to tell you all of that. Like I said, some people just can't hear that. They aren't educated to hear that, to hear what the audio is telling them, what it's telling them that it wants to do. All sound wants to go somewhere. Put it that way. All sound wants to go somewhere. That's how it was taught to me when I first started engineering. All sound wants to go somewhere. You have one or two choices. Either you can help it go there or you can fight it. It's your choice. You can help it do what it wants to do because it wants to do something. It wants to, all audio, it wants to do something. So you can either help it to do that or you can fight against it. See what I'm saying? So you can either help it be, if, like, for example, audio wants to be spacious. You hear this audio and you hear these broad sounds, this space, and it has all of this ambience to it. See, that piece of audio is telling you that it wants to be ambient. It wants to be spacious. So now you can go force that audio to do something else by cutting out all that space, removing all of that, and forcing that audio to do something. Or you can help it be spacious. You can recognize that space and help it to do that. And if you help the audio do certain things, if you learn how to help the audio do it, then I can guarantee you're gonna see what that does for when you're processing your sounds, when you putting plugins on, when you're doing. If I could just understand what this wants to do already, and don't fight it, don't fight against it. Just help it do whatever it wants. If that bass line wants to be very, very bouncy, help it bounce. Don't fight against it. If the you know, if the guitar wants to be energetic, if the way that audio is laid down, or the way you created that pattern, or the way the sample is, or whatever is energetic, don't fight against that. Help it to be more energetic. Help it to do that. See what I'm saying? That's what that means. So try not to put your music production in a box to where you always do things. You know, you tell yourself, I always do certain things. Just let the audio tell you. You know, and you'll see that here as we do this. You'll see that here. Same exact thing. Okay, so this is soft right here. This piano track. This is what we're doing. This track right here. Let me enlarge it. This one right here. We recorded it. We laid it down. We rendered it to audio. Okay. And that's how soft it is. The reason why I soloed it is because I want y'all to hear, as we do the processing, what it does to the track. Okay. And I got some specific processing that I do when it comes down to an E piano this soft. And I'm listening to the audio, and I have things in mind that I want to help this audio to do. So this audio is very, very soft. I use this E piano a lot. So that's this one right here. I use this E piano, or I don't have the plugin no more. I forgot I already rendered it to audio, but I use that SRX E piano a lot in my beats. So there's a few things that I listen for with the different piano sounds in that SRX piano. It's a few things that I listen for, and it's gonna tell me what I want to do. This one is soft that I use, this E piano that I use, and it has a bit of a phaser to it. As a matter of fact, that's the name of the preset I use. It's a soft phaser. It's called a soft phaser. That's on the E piano. So I'm going to help it do that. I'm not going to fight against it and make this piano do something I want it to do. I'm going to help it do that. Okay, so check this out. It's already soft and it has a phaser on. So let's do that. What we're going to do is let's do the phaser first. So I'm going to go get like a chorus effect. Chorus effect is going to give you that phaserish type of in and out feel that a phaser has. It's going to make the audio wobble a little bit. So let's go get that chorus effect. I'm going to put a chorus effect on. Again, we're listening to the audio and we're letting it determine what we're going to do to it. We're going to help it to do what it wants to do already. So this is a chorus right here. Juno, the June 6th. Okay, so I'm gonna put it on 2 right here. 2 is gonna give me a bit more of the phaser sound, a more deeper sound. Raise up the rate a little bit and increase the depth just a little bit. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna increase the volume of this track right here just so y'all can hear what this phaser is doing. Okay, let me take the phaser off. This is off. See? That's without the phaser. This is with the phaser. I mean with the chorus. See? Without, dry. This is with. And if I want more, I can just increase the mix knob, which I want a little bit more. Okay, now that's gonna come out more and more as I process it. So let's bring it back down to the normal volume. I just wanted y'all to hear the effect of what that's doing. Remember, we listening to the audio, letting the track determine what we do to it. Okay, I'm gonna put that on there. Okay, that softness that this E piano has. I'm gonna do that by my EQing and by the reverb that I put on top of this chorus effect right here. That's gonna push it a bit more in the background, make it a bit more softer. Okay, and then I'm gonna end up raising the volume up with the compressor. I'm gonna put the compressor down, and I'm gonna squash down some of the higher points and bring up the lower points with the compressor. And that's when y'all gonna hear all of the sound effects. Right now, you probably might not be able to hear it because it's low. But let's keep going. So first, I'm gonna put let's do the EQ first. And this is gonna make sure that we got what we want out of that piano, the beautiful thing about that piano. So let's get the presence out of that. Now you see this low end right here? This low end right here. I could cut this out like this. I could do that, but I'm not, because I'm a save that for last. I want to hear everything about this piano because I know I'm gonna have an EQ at the end of what I'm doing. I know that, to shape everything out. I'm about to give so much to this piano. You remember what I told y'all? When I do a lot of effects, I'll put that last EQ at the end to shape that out. That Luftigus EQ, I'll put that at the end to shape everything out, to round everything out. Not this. I don't use this EQ to do that. And the reason why is because this I save for detail stuff. That other one helps me process a broad sound. So that's what I'm gonna do with this. Let's do it. I'm just giving y'all an explanation to these plugins, man. That way y'all won't be clueless as to why he pulling that up or why he pulling that up. Yeah, actually, the why is what's gonna help you out more than the what I'm doing. If you just copy what I'm doing, then you ain't gonna really know what's up behind that. So the why I'm pulling up these plugins is what's gonna help you out. So through this whole thing, y'all pay attention to the why when I explain why I'm doing that or why he using that plugin. Don't just listen. Don't just pay attention to what I'm doing. You see what I'm saying? The why will help you out way more than the what. Okay, so let's go. Let's hit this. This is the reverb. The reason I'm putting the reverb before the compressor is because if a compressor will squash down the highest peaks and bring up the softest, if you know how to use it right, use it correctly. So if this reverb is soft and I put that compressor after that, it's gonna bring up that soft reverb and push down my piano sound. See what I mean? My piano is the loudest. My actual dry sound is the loudest. It's gonna squash that, make that softer, and bring up the soft reverb sound. So it's almost like I'm getting a 2-for-1 out the deal, making it softer. I'm squishing my peaks down to make it softer of my driest piano, and I'm bringing up the soft reverb tone. See, that reverb is a bunch of space, soft space. So I'm gonna bring that up in the process. So I get a 2-for-1 softness. So that's why I'm putting this reverb first. A lot of people would look at this and be like, nah, man, you put reverb last on the chain. Again, it depends on what you want to do with the audio. See, this trick wouldn't be available to the person that always believes that he has to put his reverb at the end of his chain, because it's an effect and he don't want it to crowd up the rest of what he's doing. This right here, he wouldn't know nothing about. See, you wouldn't know nothing about dynamic processing like this. This is a bit of dynamic processing, making your effect do something based on another effect. So I'm gonna make this reverb do something based on the compressor I'm gonna put after it. This is gonna operate in a certain way. See what I'm saying? Let's go. But that's an example of making sure that you don't stay locked in a box to where you always do things. You're gonna miss out on a lot more of what you can do to your sound. So I'm gonna put the reverb first because I want that compressor to bring out the soft reverb sound when I put it on that. So let's go. Okay. Let's grab the compressor. See, I'm hearing my reverb sound. See? Now watch when I take the reverb off. Let me bring that reverb back up. Watch when I take the reverb off. Watch how dry the sound get when I disengage the reverb. Watch. Running through this disc compressor. Look, that's off. See? That's off. That's the reverb off. This is with it on. See? All that space. So that compressor, you see what I mean? The compressor bought up the reverb. It bought up the space of the reverb. It's gonna squash down my dry sound because that's the loudest peaks. My dry is gonna squash that down, and it's gonna bring up that softness. See? All right. Now that we got that, let's go it on. Let's do the delay. Give it more space. Let's put the delay on and give it more space. Very soft, very soft, very subtle. Very subtle. See, you can hear that barely. Okay, and then after that, we're gonna put that last EQ on it. Okay. Let's put that Love Diggers EQ on it. Boom. All right, now what I'm gonna do is see this EQ right here. See this EQ right here? Instead of using my fader to level the sound, so I'm using my fader to level that sound. Right now we just listen to just that sound. It's solo. Now we're gonna bring it into the beat, into them other two melodies. We're gonna bring it into there. But I'm gonna use this level knob right here to determine how much of it I want, not my fader. You know how you would level your sounds with your fader? Just level your sound. I'm gonna use the level knob on the EQ plugin, being that it's my last plugin on the chain. That's how I'm gonna determine how much of the sound I wanna put in. And the reason why I'm not gonna use my fader is because I'm gonna be able to hear more of the plugins before that, turning this volume knob. I'm gonna be able to hear that reverb a little bit better because that all of them plugins is feeding into this plugin right here. It's feeding into that. Versus me just lifting my volume fader. See what I'm saying? And trying to figure out where I want to level the sound. I'm gonna use this trim knob right here to determine that. So I'm gonna take it all the way down, and then we're gonna play the rest of the melodies, and I'm gonna start bringing this up and determining where I want to sit it in with the melody. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's bring it up. See, it's starting to creep in. Look. See what I'm saying? Let's do that again. Let's do that again. That actually was nice. That was nice. Let's do that again. Let's do that again. Let me see if y'all can hear it. I'm gonna turn this all the way down, turn the knob all the way down, and we're gonna start it slowly, start sliding it up with the melody. Let's go. See? There it is. It just crept right over. All right. All right. Let's go ahead on and give it some motion. Let's give it some movement. Let's go. Let's increase from 145, increase the tempo from 145 to like 160 something. Let's go. All right, okay, all right. Now let's go it on and put our guitar in there. We're gonna put a little guitar in there, so let's do that. For that, I'm gonna use the ample guitar bundle and just play it on the keyboard, practicing my melodies, going on practice the melodies. Let's grab the SC. No, yeah, let's grab the SC. Stratocaster. Let's grab that, which oddly enough, that is the guitar that I have. That is the one that I actually have. That's this one right here. Just in case y'all don't know my guitar, this is my guitar here. It just sits right here in the back of me on a stand. You know, I may put it on the wall. You know, when I get my next one, put them both on the wall. But that's the same exact guitar right here, and I will plug it. That's why I showed y'all that. Same exact guitar in the plugin that we're gonna use. Don't worry, I'm gonna get to the point to where I'm gonna start playing guitar melodies. I will, man. I just gotta learn a little bit more, man. Let me get the learning down, and then we're gonna get to making the melodies with the guitar. But for now, we just gonna play the keys with the plugin. That's what I'm used to doing. Okay, now when I'm playing the guitar on the keyboard, especially this one right here, this ample guitar, there are two things that you make sure of whenever you're playing in this specific plugin. Number one is the velocity. How hard you hit the note is going to change the expression on the guitar. So I'm going to show y'all what I mean. This is me hitting it soft. See? It's almost like you're plucking the string soft. See? That's me hitting it soft. I'm hitting the note soft. Okay? This is me hitting it hard. Watch what it does. See the sound? Soft. Hard. See? Soft. Hard. See? So that's the first thing you gotta understand about this plugin right here. The velocities of how you hitting the notes. That's understanding that about this particular plugin, or the ample guitar plugins, will help you to understand how you can play the notes on your piano to where it sounds authentic like a real guitar. There are certain notes that will slide into each other and certain notes that won't. Meaning that if I hit the piano too hard, if I hit it too hard, then hit a note right after it, this is how it sounds. See? But if I hit it soft, this is how it sounds. See how the hard one slides into each other? See, it slides into it. It's almost like that next note cuts off the first one. See? It cuts it off. But you notice the soft one, when you play it soft, it doesn't. See? It's literally two separate notes. So the reason why I'm saying that is because when you play a pattern to match a melody with this specific plugin, if you are mindful of your velocities, you can make the guitar sound like a real guitar. So there are some notes that I want to slide into each other, and certain notes I don't. See? See? And it's all how hard I'm hitting the key. again, that's why I suggest, and like I did in the piano melody, if you guys are practicing more and more on the piano, playing your melodies out instead of clicking them in or doing the DAW thing, practice playing your melodies out and practice on your finger techniques with on your keyboard. You know, going from one note to the other one. The one of the best ways that you can practice that is by doing this. I wish I had a better camera angle so I could put it on my hand, but going up and down the keyboard and learning how to take your two fingers like this, learning how to take these two fingers and your thumb, play with your two fingers and cross over with your thumb, cross over your thumb. See, so you're playing with these two hands, and then when you hit a thumb note, you cross over with these two fingers and keep playing and bring your thumb back to the note. So you're playing with your two fingers, and when you hit a thumb, when you let's say you're playing 3 notes, this finger, your middle finger, your first finger, and a thumb. When you get to your thumb, cross over your thumb. See, with your first finger, play your second finger, and then bring your thumb back on the next note. So practice that. Go from third finger, first finger, thumb, then over your thumb. Play 2 notes. If you bring both your fingers over your thumb, you're gonna have both of them. You're gonna be holding down a note with your thumb. You bring both your fingers over your thumb while you're holding the note down. And you can play 2 notes with these fingers right here. You play 2 notes and then you bring your thumb back. So it's almost like you're creating this motion of you hitting 2 notes, then your thumb, then you're crossing over your thumb, hitting 2 notes, then your thumb, crossing over, hitting 2 notes, then your thumb, crossing over, hitting 2 notes, then your thumb. And you can walk down the keyboard like that. See? All I'm doing, 2 notes, third finger, first finger, thumb. Then I'm crossing over with my over my thumb with my 2 fingers. Playing my third finger, first finger, thumb. Then crossing over that with my 2 fingers. Thumb. Crossing over my thumb with my 2 fingers. And you can walk up and down the keyboard like that if you learn how to do that. That's gonna help you to start playing authentic like this. See? Because that's all I'm doing. I'm just walking up and down the keyboard with my first 3 fingers and my thumb. And the reason why I'm able to play it fast is because I got good at when I put my thumb down, I could cross my fingers over quick. See? Yes, definitely. Do you have any videos on the piano? No, man. I did, like, for this type of stuff, like, if y'all want to learn this type of stuff, this is something you're gonna have to pull up on me and get, man. You feel what I'm saying? Like nah, you know what I'm saying? Like, one of the things that I try and show y'all here on the YouTube channel is that I want to teach you guys things on YouTube, but unlike most channels, I don't want you guys to get dependent on YouTube. And I know that's kind of, you know, I'm kind of late in preaching that, but a lot of people have gotten dependent on YouTube to teach them stuff. They've got y'all become dependent on it, and less dependent on your understanding and go and link up with somebody to get more knowledge. See what I'm saying? And I very much believe that that's hurting us more than helping us. It's hurting us. The way we're losing touch with people and just going to run to YouTube to get tutorials, and we're losing touch with people. People bring music expression. People do that. People can teach you expression. Just remember, a video can't do that. It can't. You can follow a video very well, and you can get some instructions from a video, but you can't get feeling. You can't get life. You can't get any of that from a video. You can't even connect with a video. You can't even do it. But you can do that with people, though. So there are things that I bring to you guys on the YouTube channel, but when it comes down to stuff like this, then yeah, my suggestion is you pull up if you want to get that information. That's my suggestion. You feel what I'm saying? And it's just simply because I want everybody out there that's producing music to always remember that we make the music, not a YouTube tutorial. We make it. So if we making the music, then it will be better for me to hook up with people and not another tutorial. See what I'm saying? You could watch the Drink King on a tutorial all day long. You can do that. Or you could literally go get at him, go get at him, go get at him face to face. You could do that. See what I'm saying? You can do that, absolutely. And you're gonna find that it does something different than watching a tutorial from me. It does something different to you. And the reason why is because you get to connect with me and my personality. You can't get that from an 8-minute video. See what I'm saying? So that's gonna help your music out whenever you can do that. So no, if people, you know, there's certain things that if people want to know, like my mixing techniques, you know, things that I've learned on my journey of engineering, you know, being an audio engineer for 13 years, you know, things that I've taken in on my internships that I've done, you know, that's things that I teach people, but I teach that to people who actually pull up, who actually put a foot forward to come and learn it. That's the people that I help out with that stuff. See what I'm saying? And it's just for the, like I said, it's just for the simple fact that I don't want to teach anybody to become dependent on YouTube. I want you to use YouTube, but by no means do I want you to become dependent on it. You feel what I'm saying? I want y'all to always make sure that y'all connect with people. That's what's going to level your music up. Connecting with the person behind that music you make, behind that music, not the video he bringing or the music he bringing on that video. Connecting with the person behind that, guaranteed that's gonna level up your music production 1,000%. 5 million%. It's gonna level up your music production. It's gonna bring a presence to you if you hook up with the right people and the right mentality. It's gonna bring a presence to your music that you can't get from learning on no video. It's gonna bring a vibe to your music that you can't get from learning on no video. You know, the laughter that you share between two people and the jokes and the smiles and all, you can't get that from no video. That's gonna level up your music. It will. That's just good energy that's gonna level up your music. It's gonna level up your thinking process to think about this a different way when you hook up with people. You know, people are even doing it on YouTube. You know, you see people in the studio by themselves. And then you see a lot of these YouTube dudes, it'd be 6, 7 of them in the studio together. You just watching the footage of them, but it'd be 6, 7 of them in the studio together. Y'all watching that happen all the time. Why you think they do that? Why you think each one of them dudes not individually in their own studio? See what I'm saying? So all of y'all just make sure that y'all keep that in mind. You know, and I wanted to stop and kind of break from this just to let y'all, just to bring that message. Y'all make sure y'all keep, they got a reason y'all see that on YouTube video. I know y'all didn't saw it. Be 6, 7, 8 producers all in one studio on a vlog, cooking up, making beats. Why y'all think they do that? They could do what y'all doing, just stay in their own studio, individual. Why you think they do that? What, because they need help with their beats? No. They all know how to make beats, but yet they still hook up and take advice from each other. They still do that. Why you believe they do that, bro? That level up their music production when they hook up with each other, not just watching a video. That levels up their music production. It does, 100%, man. So y'all make sure y'all keep that in mind. There's a lot of people don't think about that. They don't think about what me linking up with somebody could do to my music production. They don't think about that. They just think about watching that tutorial from that dude, or that next tutorial you about to, or that next video you about to drop. They totally take for granted what hooking up with the person gonna do. But that's why y'all see that happening. Just that very few people pay attention to that. Y'all just watch them vlogs, but don't really pay attention to that simple fact that all them dudes could be in their own studio making beats and sending files to each other. All of them could do that. But they got a reason why they pull up and meet up in the studio. They got a reason why. You feel what I'm saying? So y'all keep that in mind, man. Anybody that's offering anything where y'all can link up and actually connect with the person behind the video, man, go get on that. Especially if you admire what they're doing, go get on that, because I guarantee that's gonna level up whatever you doing right now. No matter how good you are at it, it's gonna level up your music production whenever you connect with the people behind the music. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get back to this guitar. We gotta play this part. Let me make sure. Let me make sure I get old boy. All right, so let's play this guitar part right here. Let's do that. Let's do that. We're gonna kind of play in a little something, a little melody to follow what's going on. Let's go. Right. All right, now that we didn't got that, I just kind of went in and adjusted some of the velocities just to kind of get the feel that I want. All right, so now let's go. Let's get it. Let's see if we can go in there and pick out another preset, man. Like I usually in this particular guitar right here, I usually play the preset that I play the guitar the way I want on the first preset, and then I go in there and just click around for some other different guitars that it has, some different types of the same guitar that it has in there. But before I do that, I'm gonna put the effects on it. I like to listen to the guitar through the effects. So I'm gonna put my guitar amp on there. I'm gonna put my amp on there of choice. I like the amplification 360. I love that, you know. This is the closest. I've been through a lot of guitar amps. I was on a mission actually to find a good guitar amp simulator. So I went through a bunch of them, just the normal ones, you know, like the ones from Tone and THN, all of them, you know, like the normal ones that everybody have. I went through them. And to be honest with you, I like a few of them, but it just really didn't catch my ear. So shout out to them, these guys right here for hooking me up with this one. And yeah, man, this is like the closest that I've got to what I'm used to with hardware gear when I mic up a hardware amplifier, you know, to EQ, to the processing, the pedal board. This is the closest that I ain't got, you know, with this right here, this plugin right here. So yeah, that's why I use this one right here. Very, very good amp simulator. And y'all gonna see what I mean, man. You know, very good. Now disclaimer, it does have more rock and roll presets in it. So most of these presets y'all see, I made that because when you first get it has a bunch of rock presets in it. So it's gonna turn your guitar from smooth to distorted and harsh and all of that with most of them presets in there. That's what it's for. But if you know how to tweak these amps, you know, there are chains that I've made and you could do it easy just by grabbing them and sliding them in like this. This is the categories you got up here. You know, so if I want a wah-wah pedal, I could put it in. If I want, it got compressors. See, this is a compressor right here. I could put it in. Or you could if you drag it over the one that's already on there at the bottom, if you drag it over that, then it's gonna ask you if you want to replace it. But you just drag it to the end of the chain. See what I'm saying? And you could literally make your different stuff, your amp cabinet if you want. You could create it. See what I'm saying? There's also a connector in here to where you can connect things together. You can couple things together so you can make things flow into certain things. You feel what I'm saying? You can stack they call it stacking. You can stack your cabinet. So instead of putting them linear like this, you can stack on top of them and make them flow into certain things. So I can make this amp flow into something up here, then make it flow into this delay, and then make that same amp go straight to the delay as well. See what I'm saying? So they got a connector in here that you can do all that with. So pretty much the closest I've seen to hardware simulated chains, plug-in chains with or amp chains, amp cabinets, my bad. You know, so yeah, let's get rid of all of this. I don't want to put all this on there. I'm gonna go use my presets that I have. The only thing I wish is that it made them and put them like in order. You know, like I gotta kind of scroll through them and remember the ones that I made. See, that's one. Let's use that one. Let's use that one. Let's use that one. The simple one. Let me take off the amp and show y'all what it did. I'm gonna take off the amp. This is off. That's my guitar. The regular guitar. This is the amp. See what I'm saying? All right. So let's use that one right there. And then I'm gonna kind of click through a few of these presets to kind of see what fit my ear with that. Let's turn this down just in case it get louder. Turn down the track just in case it get louder. Come on, man. Thank you. Oh, I like that. I like that. What happened? What happened? It takes a while for these presets to load because I got them on my hard drive. I got them on my my drive in the back of my computer. They're not actually on my computer. So, but even on my computer, it takes a long time for the presets to load. You know, like you got to take your time scrolling. You can't just click through them because they got so much they got to load. You know, it probably got stuck. It probably did because I clicked through it too fast. I did. But normally it starts up. It does. Nah. Let's close it. Let's close it. And then we go open up Ableton again. Good thing about Ableton is like it'll pull a project up from where it started. It'll do that. Like it's a safeguard that the MPC doesn't really have. Like it'll literally put it up exactly how it was. See, look. See? It'll put it up exactly how it was. So I don't really be worried too much about losing projects in Ableton no more. Like now that I'm in Ableton, that's one of the things I enjoy about it. I don't really be worried about losing stuff too much. Like literally, it'll pull it up exactly how it was. See? Boom, look, exactly how it was. Everything. See what I'm saying? So let's go back. Let's go back to the amplification plugin. Find our preset again. Oh, I like that one. Oh, I like that one. I'm not even going to change. I don't even want to change the guitar sound, bro. I like what that one did to it. Holy shit. That's one of mine. Nah, that ain't one of mine. Let's kind of tweak some of this. I'm gonna sync the plug into the tempo and then sync the delay right here to the tempo. And then I'm gonna get rid of some of this space that it got in it. Where is that coming from? They got a compressor, they got what is this? A silencer. What is this? Chorus. I think it's coming from the chorus right here. Yep, that's where it's coming from. So let's take down some of that chorus right here. And the reason why I'm doing that is because taking down the chorus is because I'm gonna put my own delay on it and stuff. So I don't want that to mess with the delay. I'm gonna bring these velocities down just a taste. Make it real soft and let the amp do the work. So the guitar part is playing soft, but the amp is doing all the work. I think I like that. Let's render that out to audio. Y'all remember what I told y'all? Flatten the track, get it to audio real quick. But I like what that's doing. I like what the amp is doing to the plugin. All right. So let's process that audio right there. I mean, I like what that amp is doing to the actual guitar plugin. There we go. That's our audio right there. Let's go. All right. There's a certain compressor that I use on these type of guitars. This is the DBX. And the reason why I use the DBX on these type of spiky guitars, you know, anything that has that spike to it like that. The reason why I use this on there is because I like the noise that it has. It has a noise feature on here. And also the compression on here brings a certain type of fullness. It's almost like the more you compress, that's the more full the sound gets. Now, I have a hardware DBX, one of them, not this one. but I have an and it's that cheap one that, and I think it was like 200 and almost $300, something like that. It's that cheap one, that white one. I have that hardware piece of that hardware compressor, DB. I think it's the DBX 220 or something like that. But I have that one. I haven't used it in quite some time. Like, that was one of the first compressors that I got when I was getting into hardware gear a long time ago. It was like one of the first compressors I got, the DBA. And I noticed that about that compressor as well. When I would use it on mixes, I would use it mostly on drums, but I started using it on vocals as well. And the reason why is because it took somebody's voice that's really thin. You know, people that talk through their nose, through their nose, they kind of nasally when they get on a microphone. That compressor took their vocal and it brought it squashed it down, but it made it more full. It brought something to it that my ear can pick up. So before, I was just using it for drums when I first got it, the hardware gear, the hardware DBX. But then I started using it to record vocals through, you know, as part of my vocal chain. And yeah, I noticed that about it. So this DBX right here, the actual plugin, you know, and it wasn't this DBA. It wasn't the hardware gear I had. It wasn't this one. It was the one of the cheaper ones. You know, like I said, I think it was like 300, but a little bit over $300, something like that. But you can buy the cheaper ones, or they got the very expensive DBXs like these. Okay, so when I got this plugin, I noticed this plugin did the same thing that hardware gear did. That's why I started using it. I noticed that, like, it emulated that. The more I squashed down on it, that's the more I could hear it. I could hear the sound get fat and wider. So that's why I use it on harsh guitars like this. Because the more I drop these peaks down on the guitar, crush down on it, I'm gonna start to hear more of the body of the guitar. I'm gonna start to hear that. So y'all probably might not be able to hear this on your phones. But if you got headphones in or something like that, and you listening to this, then you'll probably be able to pick up that. You know, just depending on how good your ears are, you probably might be able to pick up what it's doing. But let's go on and compress this, man. So what I do with this compressor, the way I use it is, okay, I'll turn up the compression. The compression is the middle knob, and they work in tandem. If you notice, when you move one, you move the other one, or you can unlock it to where you can use these separate, left and right. They will both operate independently, left and right channel. So you literally can compress the left side of your signal or the right side of your signal, whichever one you want. And then there's a mid side down here to where the top is mid. If you click the mid side mode, the top will be mid and the bottom will be side. So you can compress the mids or sides of a sound. Okay, so I'm gonna keep it linked. And when you turn this middle knob, this is how much compression you want. Okay, so I don't start off with the threshold and the gain. I start off with this compression right here. So I'm gonna show you how I do that. Watch. So this is no compression when you turn it to the right. The more I bring it to the left counterclockwise, you're gonna start hearing what it does. See how it's opening up the sound? If I turn it back to the right, you hear the sound get a bit more dull. And that's without the threshold, without me engaging none of the threshold. So watch what happens when I engage the threshold. I'm gonna take the threshold and back it down some. See, nice, not a compressor clamping down. So watch when I release this, look. So you can hear more of the guitar come through. Put the compression back up. See, you hear it clamping down on the guitar more. Bring it back this way. You now hear the guitar open up. See what I'm saying? So that's how I use it. I use this compression as like a gauge on how I want it when I set the threshold. So watch, I'm gonna show you what I mean. Check this out. I'm gonna grab it, put it right here. Leave the guitar open, leave it open. And I'm gonna start backing down on the threshold to where it start to catch the peaks of the guitar. How I know it's catching the peaks that I want is I'm watching this meter. I'm watching the meter right here. And I'm paying attention to when that meter spikes they got certain parts that is gonna move, but they got certain parts that is gonna spike. So I'm paying attention to when it spikes. And I'm gonna make sure that anytime it spikes, it doesn't go past a certain point. That lets me know I'm catching the spike, plus I'm catching everything underneath that. See what I'm saying? That's how I'm gauging what part of the guitar I'm compressing. And you can do that with any audio file on a compressor. If you watch that needle real good, you're gonna see where that needle spike. It's gonna move when you start compressing. It's gonna move, but you're gonna watch when you watch where it peaks, where it spikes. You see what I'm saying? And make sure that that fits in a certain way. And again, it's dependent on the audio that you're processing. This audio I'm processing has some very, very wide spikes. See? These are spikes right here. The top of that. The top of these peaks right here, that's all spikes. And it has very wide compared to the lowest part right here. So that's a big spike. So I want to make sure I catch that spike plus everything below that. Okay, so that's how I'm setting this compressor. You can set it also to where it bypasses that. See, it'll catch the smaller peaks. You see what I'm saying? It'll turn up the smaller peaks, and the larger peaks it'll barely touch, but it'll catch the smaller peaks versus a normal compressor to where it's gonna catch your large peaks as soon as it hit it. You can't bypass that. This specific, you can actually do that. You can dynamically process your sound, you know, and that's just by the mid side, all of that stuff, if you know how to work all that, you know. Again, if y'all want to know more about that, I could explain that very simply to anybody that want to learn how to use that, but that ain't what this for. I mean, that's not what this actual video is for. But if y'all ever want to get more information on that, then like I said, get at me. I'll make sure I explain it to where y'all can kind of, you know, anybody could use this thing, bro. No matter if you don't know what a compressor is, like you'll literally learn how to use this thing in like 2 seconds, you know. And then I'm gonna bring the noise up right here at the bottom. See, it's bringing that sizzle to the guitar. It's bringing that little sizzle to it. And it's very slight, very subtle. And the thing is, it only does it when this needle moves. When this needle crosses how I set the compression right here, this compression level right here, it'll only trigger that noise whenever that moves past that level I set. So that's why it's so important to set this middle section how you want it, to where when you start messing with these controls down here, that the sound you're producing down here is gonna act accordingly to the need to what you're doing right here. See what I'm saying? All right, that's good. I like that compression right there. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do is we're gonna hit it with a little chorus. Let's hit it with a little chorus, just a taste, not much, but just a little small taste of chorus. Because remember, y'all remember on the amp chain, it already had a chorus on there, effect on there. But if y'all remember, I turned that down because I told y'all I wanted to put my own on there. So I turned it down just a little bit on the actual guitar cabinet. All right, and then from the chorus, I want it to go into the reverb. Not that. I want to go into the reverb. And I'm gonna turn the reverb down, and then I'm gonna start messing with the chorus, and I'm gonna start messing with the dry wet of the chorus to see how much I want to feed into that reverb. But I gotta hear the reverb first to know what that chorus is doing to the reverb. So before I set this chorus how I want, I'm gonna make sure the reverb is where I want it to be. Now I can, whatever I tweak in the chorus, I'm gonna hear it going through this reverb right here. I'm gonna take the deflection down. I'm gonna take that down because the reason why is because I don't want the reverb to stack on top of each other, because it's gonna mess with that chorus. That chorus going into the reverb, then that deflecting sound of the reverb literally piling up on each other. So I'm gonna dial that back just a little bit. It's gonna give me more of a clean reverb, put it like that. So the chorus effect is gonna dirty up the reverb instead of that delay, that deflection dirtying up the reverb. That chorus effect is gonna do it, but it's not gonna do it just yet, because if y'all notice in the chorus effect, I took the mix knob down. And the reason why I did that is because I want to set the reverb first. Then I'm gonna start messing with that mix knob going through the reverb, and we're gonna listen to see what it does. All right, now that the reverb is set, let's hit the chorus. Let's do it. See how it blanketed this? Instantly it blanketed the sound. That's what I want. See, we want to take that harshness down. See what I'm saying? So we got the compressor to do it. We got the compressor to do it, to take that harshness down, catch the peaks. Now this sound, instantly when you turn up that wet knob, you can literally hear it dirty of the reverb, and it start drowning the guitar out a little bit. And that's what we want. We don't want this spiky guitar. Remember, our purpose of doing all of this is to get rid of that spike on the guitar, because these melodies is so smooth. So we want that guitar to be as smooth as possible. So we getting rid of all them spikes as the best way we can. The two ways I use right here is, number one, first, compression, obvious. Number two is I'm blanketing the sound, but I'm letting the reverb come through. I'm blanketing it with the chorus effect going through the reverb. So I'm gonna blanket the guitar. Okay, that's literally an effect you can do on a guitar chain, on a hardware chain, coming right out of an amp. If you ever mic'd up guitars, this is an effect, a chain that you can use, and it does that exact same thing. That's where I got this from, micing up hardware guitars. I mean, micing up guitars to hardware amps. See, so I'm gonna show y'all what I mean. Let's bring this chorus back down. Listen very, very good when I turn this knob up. You're gonna hit a sound blanket the guitar. It's gonna blanket it. So right now it's clean. Obviously it's clean. Listen to it. See, that's clean. Just the reverb on it. Let me turn off the reverb so y'all can hear the reverb playing. Look. That's no reverb. That's no reverb. This is reverb. That's with the reverb. Okay, so now that the reverb's, watch what this chorus does going through the reverb. It's like it's gonna blanket the guitar. You're gonna hear it as it creep in. It's gonna start blanketing the guitar. Watch. Look. See? This is without. See how sharp? Can y'all hear that? See how sharp? This is with. See, it start blanketing the guitar. So what this is used for, what this technique right here is used for, is if a guitar player tells you that he wants to hear the tinge of his guitar. Meaning when he hits those strings, he wants to hear that literal flick. He wants to hear that. Okay? That's cool for him to hear. But see, that ain't gonna set well in the music. So you gotta figure out some kind of way that he could hear that, but that ain't going through that ain't coming through the music. You feel what I'm saying? He could hear that though when he playing. But see, it's mixed well into the music. This is a way for him to hear that, but still you getting that nice chill tone that you want to come through his music. You getting that. There you go right there. Just with that little chain right there. All right, let's shape it now. We're gonna shape it. The EQ at the end. This is just my safeguard EQ. Like I said, y'all see me put it on at the end and stuff just to kind of shape a large portion of sound. Whenever I have a bunch of plugins all in line, this EQ is gonna shape out everything for me. I very rarely leave those plugins just like that. They're gonna all flow into an EQ somewhere. Whenever I got a list of processing plugins. Reason why? Because I know that sound built up over them plugins. It built up, plugin after plugin, it built up. Now I got all of this, and even though I got the sound I want, I still want something at the end to shape all of that I ran through all them plugins. The more plugins you put on something, the more that sound is going to pile up. It's going to build up. That effect on top of this effect, on top of that effect, on top of that effect. That's add more to your sound. If you just leave that wide open to go into your mix, then don't be surprised if you have some problems somewhere else. But if you got all them plugins flowing into somewhere that can control it, and if you notice, like I said, I don't use this EQ at the end, not this one. The reason why, because that's a little bit too detailed. I want to be able to control a large portion of sound with this. That's going to give me a large portion of sound. I can literally dial these knobs in, and it's going to affect a large portion of the sound, you know, whether it's high, mids, lows, or whatever. Let me take a little bit on that EQ at the beginning. Let me take a little bit of this off. Yeah, just a little bit. Just take a little bit of that sharpness off. All right, bass time. Let's go. Bass. Let's get it. Bass. For the bass, I'm gonna use the Triton for the bass. There's a few basses in it I like that I have actually saved as favorites in the Triton. So we're gonna use that. Is everybody kind of following what I'm doing? I mean, is everybody kind of, you know, am I losing anybody that's watching this stuff out here? Am I losing anybody? Or is this too technical for y'all? Or is some of this flying over y'all heads? Or can y'all kind of, you know, like, let me know that in the chat if y'all kind of picking up, you know, at least a few of the things that's being done here. If y'all understand it, you know. If not, then I'm gonna try and, you know, I'll try and kind of slow it down to where I kind of, you know, I give y'all more detailed explanation of what's happening. We're gonna, boom, let's hit it, put that on. All right, let's find a bass so we can lay down on top of this. Let's go. I kind of got an idea what I want. So I'm gonna lay the bass down in a higher octave first, so I can hear the notes, and then I'm gonna lower it down to a lower octave. Let's go. Remember, we're practicing some keyboard techniques. That's why we're trying to lay everything down on the keyboard. You know, melodic parts on the keyboard to get familiar with how to play certain parts. So that's what I'm doing. Just for anybody that just pulled up. Just kind of practicing melodies on the keyboard. How I make melodic beats. So I'm gonna use the, you remember that method I told y'all about, the 2-finger? I'm gonna use that on a few parts. I'm gonna make sure that the bass glides into, see this bass right here cuts each other. It's on a cutoff. So if I hold one note and I hit another note, it's gonna cut off the note until I release it, see? I literally got my hand down on one note and just hitting another note while my hand is pressed down on it. So it cuts it off. So I'm gonna use that to my advantage. That means that I can hit two notes at the same time and only one is gonna play. See? So when you recognize that about a bass VST, when you recognize that, that means that you can make use of the bends that it's gonna do between notes. See? I'm literally holding down a note and pressing another note on the keyboard. See? So that's how I'm switching. So I'm gonna make use of that. All right, so let's lay this down. Hold up, I need the metronome. I messed up on that last part. Let's do that again. Let's record it again. Let's just record it again. We're gonna try and catch everything. Practicing technique. We practicing technique. Remember that. Let's go down and record it again. Nope, no double. Just a long one. Oh, I got that. Oh, that's what I want right there, like that. Boom. Move that over and then make this one start here, right there on that bar. Oh, I like that. See, I didn't hit this one soft enough. I hit it soft, but not soft enough. See, I wanted it to be less soft than. Wait, let me put this on so y'all can see what I'm doing. Keep forgetting to change the screen. See this one right here? This note right here, I want it to be a little bit harder. See, the velocity is soft. It go from hard to soft to hard right here. Okay, so I did it harder here, then softer here, then harder there. So I didn't hit this one soft enough. You know what I'm saying? So I'm lowering the velocity to make sure when it slides, it goes into this one. It's soft going into the loud. And y'all gonna see what that does whenever we drop the octave down. Right now it don't sound too good because we're in a high octave, but I know how it's gonna sound once we drop it. I don't like my bass to be right on grid. So if you notice, I don't really quantize the bass. I try and keep it as I played it. The other notes I might quantize, but I'll keep the bass notes how I played it. And it's just because I want that rhythm. I want that rhythm of how I played it. There's a specific reason. See, why I lag certain notes while I'm playing the bass. So I purposely won't quantize the bass, you know, just to make sure that it has that rhythm. Because that bass I want that bass to kind of move and flow. The bass got to do that for me. You know, it got to move, not on no grid or nothing. See, so this right here, these two right here, I'm gonna take off the grid just a little bit. I mean, they're already off the grid. I'm gonna just move them a little bit more off. See, if you notice this one right here, this A right here in the middle, see, it don't hit on the grid. It's missing the grid. And then the next A over right here comes in before the grid starts. See, this is the grid right here. This is where it's supposed to be on this line, but if you notice, it starts before. So this is supposed to be right here, but it starts a little bit before. So I got this one lagging, this one coming in a little bit early. And again, y'all gonna see what that does to it. And I have this staircase right here. I have that lagging, and I have the F hitting a little bit earlier. These two F's right here, see, off the grid, they're not on the grid. Boom, that's not on the grid. And then the next one right here, the next F right here, see, that's off the grid too. The grid is right here, but it's before the grid. See what I mean? I'll purposely lag my bass like that when I'm playing. I could play closer to the grid. You know, my timing is that good. You know, I could play closer to the grid, but I'm purposely lagging as I'm playing the bass. You see what I'm saying? Again, this is just techniques that I use when I play the keys, when I'm playing instruments with the keys. There's certain things you could do. There's a reason why you could play with the, why a person would want to play with the keys. I could click all this in. I could click all this in and move those notes where I want them. I could, all of them. Just click them all in and then slide them over on a grid however I want them. I could do that. But see, when you playing with the keys, there's a certain feel that you have that your fingers might do something that your mind don't think of in your DAW to do. See? When you get so fluent playing the keys, you know, going through the different notes, you know, one at a time, going through the different notes, boom, 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 boom. When you get so fluent with that and your fingers is used to just doing that, hitting certain notes, see? Yeah, your fingers are gonna do something just on their own, just based on what you hear into the music. It's gonna do something, no different than a keyboard player. Like a lot of them notes that I hit when I was playing the melodies in the earlier part, the piano melodies. A lot of them notes I hit, I didn't know I was gonna do that. Like I wasn't playing in my mind. My finger just did it according to the rhythm of what I was hearing of the track. It just did it. Now that's something that I wouldn't think of if I was clicking notes in. I wouldn't be able to think of that while I'm clicking them notes in trying to get that. My mind wouldn't go to doing that because my fingers just automatically done it. I wouldn't even think about it. It just did it while I was on the keys. I was in a groove of the rhythm and my fingers gonna follow a certain groove. It's no different than tapping on a desk to a rhythm. Boom, 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 boom. You ain't thinking about that. That rhythm, you're doing that rhythm too fast. But your fingers then got so much in a groove that they just locked into what's in your brain, and you just tapping on the doom, the doom, doom, the doom, 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 the doom, doom. Your fingers just doing it. You're not pre-thinking that of how it's gonna go. You're not. Your fingers just. That's what I mean. The beauty about playing things on instruments. You feel what I'm saying? Like your brain, your fingers just gonna do something, and the better you get at playing, your fingers are just gonna automatically do something based on the rhythm. And you didn't think about that versus clicking that in. That's all 100% thought to click that in. You thinking every along the way of everything you thinking. You know, nobody clicks nothing in and not know what they doing, not know what they was thinking about when they doing it. You thinking about that 100% when you clicking notes, and you are thinking about that 100% all the way through. Every note you click in, you thinking about it. You see what I'm saying? But when you just playing it, you're not really thinking too much, you know, especially the better you get. And your fingers gonna do something according to the rhythm of what you hear. Like when I put those little twists in like this. I'm not thinking to do that. My fingers just doing according to that rhythm I'm hearing on the melody. It's just doing that. It's just I hear it coming in the melody. So I do it. You know, versus me trying to click that in and put that in on the grid, my mind ain't gonna be thinking to do that on the melody. It ain't gonna be thinking to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean, bro. So again, that's what, and I'm not telling y'all that everybody should go out and learn an instrument right now. That's not what I'm telling y'all. What I'm telling you is I want y'all to know how I do this. You know, there's a lot of people that ask me specifically how I do things. A lot, more than a lot. You know, so I'm giving y'all an idea of how I get certain feels. There are certain things that I go to the grid for. It's certain things that I go to the keys for because I know my fingers gonna do it. It's gonna just do it for me without even thinking. Now, the reason why my fingers do that is because I take this seriously. I take this seriously. When I practice something, I practice it. I literally practice the same thing I'm doing right now. This is practice. I would be practicing the piano right now if I wasn't live. I just figured I'd turn on a live stream and show y'all how I practice in the DAW, how I practice my melodies, playing them on the keyboard. This is literally how I practice. Different techniques on how to do something. You know, how things will sound if I play it a certain way, then process it a certain way. Like, let me see how it's gonna sound if I play it soft, then put my processing on. Versus, let me see how it's gonna sound if I play it hard on the keyboard, pressing down on the key, and then I put my processing on. See, all of that's gonna help me for future when I make beats later. I'ma know how this sound when I do this. I'ma know how it sound when I do this. When I play this guitar harder, I'ma know how it sounds. When I play this piano softer, I'ma know the processing that I want to put on it to make it sound good. That's how I practice. Not only just playing the keyboard, but also getting familiar with the sound it makes whenever I play the keys soft and I do my processing. When I play the keys harder and I do my processing. What happens when I play certain melodies and I put them through a phaser? What happens when I play certain melodies and I put them through a reverb? What happens? All of that I want to know. Now, when I go make my beats later on, I know the sounds and what they're doing. I'm very familiar with the sounds and what they're doing to my sounds, you know, and effects. You know, so that's the way I do this. That's how I practice my melodies, practice making melodies. So this particular bass right here, I know what's going to happen once all of that is dropped down to the low. Matter of fact, let's do it now. Let's grab everything and drop it down to the low octave. Let's go. Look at that. See what I'm saying? And then right after I do that, right after I bring it to a lower octave, what I do with this particular bass is I take all the notes and I bring them down just a bit. All of them. Watch what that does. See? It makes it smoother. Because this preset is velocity sensitive. Is velocity sensitive. So if I bring the velocities down, it's going to make the bass even smoother. And I got one more thing I'm going to show you that I do to make the bass even smoother with a melodic beat. See? This is hard if I was to bring it all the way up low. See, the bass got a spring on it now. See? You got a spring on it. Bring it down, bring the velocities down a taste, and all of a sudden you got a smooth bass. See? What's up, Christopher Keys? What's happening, big man? How's everything going, bro? Okay, now check this out. Once I do that, I'm gonna go ahead on and go back to the VST, to the Triton, and this is in the Triton. Plus, it's gonna have this in pretty much any VST. You're gonna have the attack, and the decay. All right, so I specifically know what it is on the Triton. You know, like if you go hit any one of these knobs up here, it's the same thing on the hardware. I had the hardware for quite some time. You go to any one of these knobs, you can assign it to what you want. But see, see the first knob is assignable. See, and all I'm doing is just going to the knobs and right clicking on them, and I can assign them where I want. So I'm gonna go ahead and assign the first knob right here to the attack right here, the amp attack, and then I'm gonna assign the second knob right here to the amp release right here. So I'm gonna work with them two knobs to make it a little bit smoother. You see what I'm saying? Now this is the thing. The attack, I gotta watch the attack because the attack, picture the attack is the beginning when the bass first hit on any one of these notes. That's when the initial bass hit. That bounce sound that you boom, boom. It's gonna the attack. When I start to increase that knob, the attack gonna smooth that out a little bit. It's gonna start to shape that and curve that out to where it don't hit it as a bounce. It kind of glide into it. The more I raise up the first knob, the attack. The second knob, you gotta watch that knob because the release is how much it's gonna trail into the next note. Right now they cutting each other off. I showed y'all that before when I pulled up the preset. Right now they cutting each other off. When I hit one note of the bass in this particular preset, hit another note, it cuts the first note off. That's to make sure the bass don't overlap. The thing is, I kind of want the bass to overlap a little bit. I still want it to have the cutoff, but I want it to overlap the taste. And what that's gonna do is, see, the cutoff makes the bass stop dry. You got one note, you hit another note. See how it instantly cut off that note and put the other note on. See, boom, boom, it instantly put that note in there. You bring up a little bit of that release, it's still gonna have that feel, but you're gonna notice a little, it kind of delays a little bit, and it pushes over into the next note instead of just cutting it off dry. When you put that, when you turn that decay up a little bit, you see what I'm saying? So that's what I want. And this, that dry cutoff doesn't make the bass smooth for this particular beat. Introduce a little bit of that decay in there, you're gonna hear that start to clear up. They're gonna start to glide into each other, them notes, instead of just cutting exactly off like that. This creates more of a bounce feel. See, whenever one note cut the other one off, it's like it creates a bounce. We want a smooth feel from note to note, transition from note to note. So let's work with that attack and decay. Let's go. See, the more I raise this first note up, see how the bass got smoother? No more bounce at the beginning. Let me show y'all, watch. Let me show you. Let's solo the bass. You might need some headphones for this one right here. Or you might be able to hear. Somebody tell me if y'all can hear that through y'all, if somebody listening on the phone or some low grade speakers, tell me if y'all can hear what I do here. Okay, so let's bring this first knob down. Y'all hear that bounce? At the beginning of the bass? Now let's start bringing this first knob up, watch. See if y'all can hear it smooth out. Can y'all hear it smooth out? This is all the way left. Bounce. Smoother. See what I'm saying? Now what we're gonna do is start messing with that second knob, that release knob, to see if we can get the notes to flow into each other a little bit better. Remember, the more we do it, that's the more them notes gonna overlap each other and start causing some chaos. So you gotta watch that release knob. See, about right there. You can hear it. He can hear it. Good. He can hear it. All right. So we smooth out the bass. We smooth out the bass a little bit. Let's go. All right. Now that I got the smoothness of the bass, I got the notes overlapping just a little bit. Not much to where it take away from the bounce. We got a smooth bass. Let's check it out and see how smooth the bass is over the track before we render it to audio. Is that smooth enough? That's smooth enough? Y'all think, can we get it a little smoother? Or y'all think that's smooth enough to go ahead on and render the audio, the bass? Right now we got the MIDI. We need to put it to audio. So we good? We good with that? Once we commit, we commit. I'm labeling the tracks right now. I got 2 E piano tracks. I was wondering what that was. I got 2 E piano tracks. I was wondering what that sound was in there. All right, let's go. Bass. All right, now let me show y'all what happens to the bass, man. What I'm gonna do to the bass, okay? This is the processing of the bass. Let's convert it to audio. I think that's smooth enough. Let's get it to audio. Boom. Then we gonna end this up, man. We gonna end this up, man. We could get that a little smoother, man. We could. Honestly, we could. I'm hearing it. We could definitely get that a little smoother, man. We could. Let's go back in the VST real quick. We could get that a little smoother, man. We could. There we go. That's how we want it, man. Audio. Yeah. I noticed that was a little bit too much of a bounce on it. Just a little bit too much. We didn't get rid of some of that smoothness that I want. Now we good. Yeah, let's go. All right, first thing we're gonna do on the bass is I'm gonna take the volume down a bit. And the reason why I'm gonna take the volume down is because I can hear my processing better on the bass when the volume is low. For instruments, yes, I'll have the instruments at a decent ear level to be able to hear my process in anything I do. But when I process any bass sound, I turn the bass down. The reason why is because bass is felt, not really heard. It's felt. A lot of people try and hear bass and don't understand it's felt. It's a trembling of the audio that you will feel once it reaches your ears. You're gonna feel some type of movement behind your track. You're gonna feel how full it gets. You're gonna feel how wide it is. You're gonna feel how the depth of it. You're gonna feel all of that. See what I'm saying? So if you're listening to bass and all you're locked into is just how it sounds, how the bass sounds, how it sounds, you're gonna miss out on a lot of texture that your bass provides because you're not really paying attention to that, the depth of it. If it's filling out the places that I want it to fill out. See what I'm saying? Not just if this bass sound good. That's limited. You're kind of moving a little limited onto what you see what I'm saying? So expand your range on what you're listening to whenever you listen to a bass sound. Or whenever you're putting a bass sound over your melodies. Expand your range as to what you're listening to. Is it filling in the gaps of where my melody stops? Like this piano melody has gaps in it. It stops. Listen to it. See? That first chord. There's no more notes that hit after that. That you hear that first chord play. I got the first piano melody I made soloed. That first chord play and you don't hear no more notes hit for quite some time. Watch. Listen to it. See? Then you hear the melody come in, but you hear that chord for the first few seconds of the beat. Look, probably like a good 2 seconds. You don't hear nothing but just that chord. So when I'm listening to my bass, I want to make sure my bass is filling out all of those cracks, all of those different things that my melody is doing. Is that bass plugging up those holes? Is it sealing the cracks of where those things are? You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm listening to. I'm not listening for just how the bass sound. Listening to those things like that is you listening to the bass and how it feels. How does this bass feel whenever it plugs up the cracks of those empty melodies? Does it feel like it's smooth? Does it feel like when the melodies drop out, I hear a lot of my bass all of a sudden? See, all of that is listening to how the bass feels in the track. See, so just try and when you lay down your bass parts, try and pay more attention to how it feels versus how it sounds. So how I'm gonna do that is, how I'm gonna make sure that is, I lower the bass down to a little bit, lower it down. Okay, lower the bass down. That's not how loud I want it. That's below the level, because I could feel it better if I'm not paying attention to all this sound right here, all this. See, if I hear that right now, my mind gonna be paying attention to that and less of how it feels, because I'm hearing all of that. So to combat that, I lower my bass down the way I just hear it slightly in the background of my tracks. Now, as I do my processing, I'm gonna start hearing how it's feeling more than how it sounds, because I brought the sound down. Start hearing how it's feeling as these plugins start coming on the track. Okay, so let's do it. The first thing that I'm gonna do is I want to shape my bass right out of the gate. I don't want these plugins touching nothing else but the bass that I want. You can do that on other plugins to where you put plugins on and then shape it at the end. You can do that. I hear a lot of people that say, hey, you know, I put an EQ on my track first. That way, you know, I get rid of all of the stuff I don't want in the track right out of the gate. I've heard people say that. But the downfall of that is you're missing out on a lot that your melody can offer by those plugins that come next. You're missing out on it because you decided beforehand, these things are hurtful to my melody. They might not be hurtful when you put that reverb on next. They might help it. They might. Them things you thought was hurtful to the melody before you put your plugins on. So I've heard people say that, and they make that a habit that, yeah, I might as well take these frequencies out before I even start processing my, because I don't want that to be, well, we don't know what that's going to sound like if you put that reverb on. It might sound amazingly right, amazingly awesome. We don't know what's going to happen when you put that compressor on, and we have no clue. So you just kind of prejudge that these frequencies is killing my melody right now. Well, it might not be killing it once you put that reverb on. It might make it sound amazing, but you just took it out at the beginning. So I've heard people say that. That's their reason behind, yeah, I EQ the track first all the time. You know, I make sure that, you know, them wild frequencies that's gone before I don't want them frequencies going into my next plugins. Why not? That's my only question. Why not? Like, we don't know how it's going to sound. They sound weird right now in the melody, but they might now sound weird when the rest of your plugins, they might not. That's what I mean by staying locked in that box. I always doing something. I always do this. I always do this. I always do that. You got to let your mind go free when it come down to this. You know, let your mind, let the audio determine what you do, not you. You forcing the audio to do something that you want it to do. No, I'm going to listen to the audio and let it tell me what to do to it. It's going to tell me if I need a little bit of compression. It's going to tell me if I need a little bit more excitement in it with some saturation. It's going to tell me if I need to dull it down a little bit. It's going to tell me if I need to brighten it up. So it's going to tell me all of that. I just got to pay close attention to it and have the ears and the mentality enough to gauge it, what it's telling me. If I don't have them two things, then I ain't going to be able to. I'm going to have to force the audio to do something I want it to do. But if I have the understanding of the audio, if my ears are very good, and I have the understanding of what the audio is already doing, I have that knowledge and that understanding, I could play well with the audio. I could play along with it instead of trying to force it to do some shit I don't want it to do. See what I'm saying? So let's lower that down. Okay, let's put the first effect. Let's go. So the first effect is this EQ right here. Again, for this particular track, we want to put the EQ on because all I want to process is just my bass sound. Remember, bass is what we feel, not what we hear. So you see them spikes on the EQ? They got some spikes that's down here. That's the sizzle. Remember, this is an analog. That's a vintage plugin, that Triton plugin. That's an analog plugin. So it was all them things was made by wavetables and different effects on them wavetables. Sine wave, you know, saw wave, all of them. That's how them things was made. So pretty much in all of them presets, you're gonna see a little bit of buzz on now. That buzz is this at the end. I don't know if y'all can see it on the EQ, but at the end, see this buzz right here? See, this is my bass full, but if you notice, see this is all spiky down here in the high end range, or to the right of the sound. In the mids, it's all spiky. That's that sine wave. That's the wave that it was made with. See what I'm saying? So if you know that about the waves, the wave tables, and how your sound is made, if you know that, then you know what to look for in your analyzer. You know the things to look for to get rid of, and the things that even you want to boost about it. You know that. So sometimes it's not all about how well you could work EQ, it's how well you know the audio coming into the EQ, how well you know that. The reason why I'm able to process this sound very well is because I'm very familiar with that sound that came into this EQ. Very familiar with it. I know that analog sound, and I know exactly how you make that, being that I created myself on my synthesizers. See, I know how you make that, so I know exactly what to look for in this analyzer to be able to deal with the sound. See, so again, sometimes it's not about knowing how well to work your plugins. It's about knowing the sound that's coming into it. How well are you educated about that sound? How well to be able to process it? That's what's going to help you to blend your melodies well together. I do quite a bit of sound designing in my synthesizer, so I know I pretty much can redesign the same patch right here if I wanted to in the hydro synth or in the sledge up here. Because I know I can hear the wave table they use. I can hear it and pretty much the effects they use to get this sound. See what I'm saying? So I know what to look for that I don't want in the sound. I know what to look for, and it's because of my education on how the sound was made. Not because I know how to use this EQ real good. No, the EQ ain't gonna be doing shit. My knowledge of that sound that's going in is how I'm gonna mix this. All right, so I'm dulling down that fizz. Okay, let's take that EQ off and see what it did. Let's take it off. Got a little bit of buzz going on. Got a little bit of buzz going on. Let's put it on. Ooh, see? Smooth. No more buzz. Let's put it on. Take it off. You hear that buzz, see? You hear that spring. It's like that buzz, that spring at the end of the bass. Put it on. You hear more of the smoothness of the bass. See what I'm saying? Which that's what we want. We want the smoothness. And that buzz is gonna help the bass. It will. It's gonna help the bass to give that bass that extra sizzle that it need. I just don't want it coming out right now. I'm gonna show y'all where it's gonna come out in the processing, but I don't want it coming out right now. See what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I use the shelf and not a cut. If I was to do this, if I was to cut it like this, if I was to cut it, see, I can achieve the same effect. I can achieve that same smooth effect, but you see, those frequencies are now gone. That buzz, those buzzing frequencies, they're gone now. So even with my next process, I can't do nothing else with them frequencies. They're gone. But see, if I shelf it, that means they're still there. They're still there. They're just pushed down very, very low, but they're still there. So that means that I can bring them back up later on in the process. I can get something out of them later on, depending on what I want to do. See, so that's the difference between your shelf and your cut. If you look at your shelf and your cut as when I'm trying to gauge which one of these I want to use to deal with a sound on the EQ, look at your shelf and your cut as, do I want this to exist at all? If I don't, then I'm cutting it. Do I want this thing that I'm about to do, I want it to exist at all? If the answer is no, cut it out. Cut it. But if it's possible that I can use this down the line, I just don't want to hear it right now. If it's possible that this may benefit me somewhere down the line, then it's best you shelf it. You put a shelf on it, and that shelf is going to help you preserve a little bit of it. I just don't want to hear it right now with what I'm doing, but later on it's going to come in handy. So just kind of that's a tip for y'all that work at EQ when you're trying to judge whether you use a cut or a shelf. A lot of you guys ask me, how do I know which one I use? Because you see me switching through them. So I guess a lot of you guys picked up that, okay, he doing that specifically. Like, he ain't just randomly choosing a cut or he doing that, but y'all see me switch between some things I cut, some things I shell. So a few of you guys picked that up. Y'all watched the videos and picked that up. So I got a few comments as to like how you know what to use. Like, I see you use the shelf in this part of the video, then I see you use the cut over it. How you know which one of them to pick? Like, what are you listening for to know which one of them to use? This is a good example on a bass. Why I'm using a shelf versus using a cut. You know, it's different reasons for different instruments, but they all kind of follow the same premise, same kind of concept. Okay, so let's get this. Smooth bass. Let's go. Let's put the tracks back in and get this bass rocking. Let's go. Okay, so right now, I'm gonna leave this low in right now because I want to hear that for right now. I'm gonna show y'all when I'm ready to cut it out. Right about the time we ready to boost up them frequencies we cut down, that's gonna be the time that I'm gonna take care of the harshness, and y'all gonna see what that does, what it actually does at the time we do it. Okay, so for right now, I don't the normal mindset of anybody would be to go ahead and cut this out before I even start. Let's cut this low end out right here, this low end rumble, before we even start. But I'm leaving that in for right now, and I'm gonna show y'all why. Okay, let's go. Next plugin. Next is the next is my DBX. My DBX. Do y'all remember what I told y'all about this compressor? What it does? If you remember what I told when we did it on the guitar, there's a certain characteristic of this compressor, this middle section right here, the compression, the middle section, that when you compress, you're gonna notice that your sound gets wider. It gets full and it gets wider. You're gonna notice that if you pay attention, if you can hear that. Okay, so I want that same effect with this bass. Does it make sense why I didn't cut that low end out just yet? If I'm about to boost this, if I'm about to put this compressor on and widen this bass or make the bass more full, I don't want to be fighting a cut that I just did before in that area. I want to hear all of that it's about to do. See? If I had that cut on, I wouldn't be hearing what this plugin got to offer me right now. I wouldn't be hearing that because I cut it all out to begin with. So we're going to leave that in. We're going to leave that in right here on the EQ, that low end rumble. We're going to leave that in so we can hear what this plugin finna do to it. Let's go. Wow. Listen to what that did, man. Listen to what that did. Let's solo the bass. Watch. Let's solo the bass. That's with the plugin. This is without. Do you see what I mean? The more you compress it, it brings out this fullness to it. Look. That's with the plugin. This is without. With the plugin. So that's why I didn't want to cut that out right here. I didn't want to cut that out, you know, because, you know, to make room for the instruments and that thing that all of y'all will cut that out for. Like 99% of y'all gonna do that right now, cut that out to make room for the other. I ain't cutting that out right now because I want to hear what it's gonna do to my product. They got a time that I'm gonna deal with that. But this ain't the time. I want to hear all of that, every bit of it. You see what I'm saying? So let's go. Let's keep going. This compressor did its job. It did exactly what I wanted to do, bro. And I brought up the noise a little bit on it just to give it that fizz. See, now we starting to give it back that fizz. See, that what I did in that EQ that I didn't want to hear. This right there, I didn't want to hear that buzz. See, because if I heard that right now, when I bring this noise in, that buzz right here gonna literally overpower. I'm gonna hear a lot of that bzzz in the bass versus the warmness of the bass that I want to hear, the fullness of it I want to hear. So we took that out in the EQ first, right here. We took that out. That way, because I knew this was coming to bring that noise in. I knew that was coming, but that gave me that buzz back. See what I mean? That's why I made sure I didn't hear it before. It gave me that bass. Like I squashed it down so I could bring it up right here in the plugin and deal with it how I want according to the compressor. See what I'm saying? Let's go. Let's keep going. I'm listening to it to make sure that I got every bit of the bass I want in every track. Like I told you, listen to your melody, see where it drops off, see where it comes in. In those spaces of your melody, make sure that bass is filling that in. Not just hearing the bass over everything. Make sure it's filling that in. By the way, man, if y'all learning anything right now, if y'all getting anything from this, then do me a favor, go slap a like on the video real quick. Take a little quick break right now. Go to the video. Hit that thumbs up button on the video. That way, when the video is over with, the information that you took in tonight, your likes and your views and also your comments will help the video be pushed to somebody else that can get this information. You took it in live, somebody else may be watching it later on. See what I'm saying? But y'all likes are gonna help that person to see it quicker. So real quick, y'all go, if y'all getting anything from this, anything at all from me rambling on and talking about this stuff, if y'all getting anything from it, do that favor for your boy. Go drop that like on the video so somebody else can catch this real quick like y'all did. Appreciate that, man. That'll help somebody else out. All right, let's do it. Let's keep going. Bass. I think the bass is filling out everything. I think it is. It is. It's literally filling out everything. All right. So now let's go get some effect to the bass. Let's do that. Okay. First thing we're gonna do. First thing I'm gonna do. They got two plugins that I use that's very, very nice to give me what I want out of the bass. Number one is called Synth Warmer. This plugin right here, it will literally it's gonna do exactly what it says. That fullness that we bought from that compressor is gonna now give any synth sound, anything that was created with waves, with wave tables, anything like that. You're gonna notice it gives it a certain bit of distortion to it. It puts a certain bit of distortion to it, and it pops out a little bit more. You see what I'm saying? That's why it's called Synth Warmer. You can use it on any sound you want, but it works specifically well on synthesized sound. Anything that comes out of a synthesizer or anything, bam. Okay, so being that plugin did, y'all gonna see what this does, what this Synth Warmer does right here. All right, so you got your drive right here. I'm gonna increase that drive, and y'all gonna see what it does. Watch. Look, instantly, look. Now, if you notice, you don't hear too much of the buzz. Bzzz, you don't hear too much of that. That's what this drive does. You hear more of the synthesized sound, more of that warmness, more of that. That's what you hear. That's what this is addressing. If I was to just take an EQ and boost the volume, you're going to hear that buzz along with that. That's why this literally warms your synthesizer. Like I had to figure that out about it. It warms the synthesizer. Not all that other shit that come with that sound. It's going to literally go straight to that synthesized sound. You see what I'm saying? Now, the beauty about it is anything that has a drive switch should have a cutoff. Anything that has that, your synthesizer, same way. If that's drive switch, if it has something that drives sound. Drive means that you are purposely enhancing this in a specific region that's driving something. You can drive compressors, you can drive an amp, you can do all of it. You are purposely pushing it in a certain area of the sound, purposely doing it. Okay, so this has a drive knob. Drive knob just doesn't mean the volume got louder or it added distortion to it. Drives mean it's picking a specific place and it's pushing sound to it. That's what drive means. A specific place. That's the thing about drive that you got to understand. Drive, it's driving a sound in a specific area of the sound, not just the sound. No. So whenever you see drive on something, it's your job to understand what part of this sound is it driving. It's just not driving the whole sound that I got running through it. So for instance, if you see drive on a compressor, if you see that on the compressor, and you click that and you hear something like this happens, the sound get louder, you know, you hear a little fizzle on, it's your job not to just think that, oh, that's what it did to my sound. No, it's your job to figure out what part of that sound did this compressor just drive, because it didn't touch the whole sound. It didn't do that. That's not what drive is. You see what I'm saying? Drive pushes sound to somewhere, a specific place. It pushes it somewhere. So any drive you see, anything that says drive, that's what your goal is, to figure out what is it drive, because that's the better you're gonna be able to use it. If you just thinking along the lines that it just drives something, it just drove my sound, or it just enhanced my sound, or it distorted my sound, or it gave my sound some type of warmth. If you just use, that's operating with a very limited understanding of what drive actually means. There was something specific that drive went touch, and it pushed it. So your job is to figure out about that plugin that has drive, no matter what it is, about that plugin that has drive, what part of this sound did it go do that to? Because it didn't do it to the whole thing. It didn't. It just sounds like it did, but it drove something, because they wouldn't have drive on here if it didn't. See what I'm saying? They wouldn't have drive on specifically that drive. They would have volume or distortion or harmonics or something like that. If it was just my whole sound it was messing with. But when you see drive, that's your job, to figure out what exactly is it driving. The better you can do that, that's the better you're gonna be able to operate that plugin. Just remember that. That's a gem for y'all. All right. What I'm doing is taking a little bit of cutoff down. You're going to see cutoff. The reason why you're going to see cutoff is because whatever it drives, the cutoff helps you shape that. So once it drives it, it's going to push sound, which means you're going to hear some type of raised amplification or something. You're going to hear that. Not just a volume increase, but you're going to hear a raised amplification of whatever it's driving. That cutoff, a cutoff knob, is used for you to shape that. The more you drive it, that's the more I can tweak the cutoff to where it doesn't sound like I'm driving. You see what I'm saying? So picture the drive as I'm pushing something in a specific area, and the cutoff now is how much can I disguise that, what I'm pushing. Because if I just left it like that, yeah, it's gonna go haywire in whatever I'm doing. So the cutoff is just how well can I disguise what I'm driving. You see what I'm saying? If I drove it, then it's just gonna sound like a bunch of just crazy stuff. So that's why you'll see a drive and you'll see a cutoff somewhere. You'll see that on plugins. So just look at it in that fashion, that way you can understand how to deal with those knobs whenever you see them on any plugin. That cutoff is just, the drive is how much do I want to push in this specific area, and it's going to be your job to understand what area that is. You can it could be driving the harshness of whatever sound it is. So that means it's driving the high end frequencies. It's driving that. It could be driving the mids, which most plugins do. Could be driving the mid. This one specifically drives that low mid range. It drives that. If I was to put this on like a piano or something like that, it'll sound like crap simply because it ain't made for, it ain't made to drive them high end frequencies. It ain't really. I could do it if I want, but it ain't gonna sound that good. See what I'm saying? So again, that's your job to figure out. So the cutoff, again, drive is how much and where it's pushing it, where it's driving. That's the two main things about the drive that you learn on any plugin that has drive on it. The second thing is the cutoff is how well can I disguise what it's driving? How well can I do that? I can leave it all the way open, and I'm gonna get that drive sound. Look, see? So let's go ahead on the solo so we can hear. I'm pushing the drive up. See how it's driving that low mid area? It's driving that. It ain't touching nothing in that high end range, in that high mid range. It's driving just that low end. See? Boom. Now watch when I start raising this cut. Watch when I start dialing this cutoff down. Watch how it start to. It's almost like it start to tame some of that sound you hear. Watch. How well can I disguise that drive? Watch. See? See, how well can I disguise it? Look. See what I mean? All right. So So easy way to use a cutoff knob. I don't suggest, for the person that ain't really familiar with that, I don't suggest you starting with the cutoff open, all the way open. Don't do that, because your ears gonna trick your ears if you're an amateur at understanding how to drive something and how to cut it off after you drive it. Okay, so I don't suggest starting with the cut. I suggest closing the cutoff, closing it all the way. So I shouldn't hear nothing right now, love. I shouldn't hear nothing because that cutoff is closed. It ain't letting nothing come through. Now what you do is you play your melody. You play your melody and you start to introduce it back into the melody by backing off the cutoff. And it's going to start to introduce the sound, and you fit it to your taste, to what you want. See? But doing it like this, to where it's all the way open, and then trying to gauge how much you want, yeah, that's a little bit advanced. See, I could do that. I can do that. I can, because I've been working with cutoffs and drives for years. I could do that. But I'm going to show y'all just the, you know, the training wheels way of messing with these knobs, so y'all can kind of understand. And this works on damn near every plug. I'm serious. Every plug that has drive and a cutoff, which you will see them in tandem with each other when you look at the plug-in. And if they don't have a cutoff on it, then I mean, you ain't looking hard enough, or they always label something else. They called it something else on the plug-in, but it cuts off. All right. The way you explain it, I get the way you explain it, I get an understanding, and just to hear the music terminology and the lingo helps when I see the buttons later on. There you go. That's what is this. I'm glad. Thank you for that, Christopher Key. I'm glad that does that, because that's exactly why I take the time. It's almost like, you know, most people look at this and all they hear is just me talking. That's all they hear. But if you listen to how I'm explaining it, I'm trying to take the actual terminology out of the picture, because I know a bunch of y'all don't understand them shits when they on the plug-in. Them things y'all be LFOs, and I'm trying to give y'all a different way of looking at it. That's why I'm explaining it the way I do, just a different way of looking at it. You may not know what an LFO does, but if I break it down to you and help you understand what it does in simple terminology, then all of a sudden you understand what an LFO does, even if you don't even know what LFO means. You know, by the way, that stands for low frequency oscillator. But even if you don't know what that means, at least I kind of understand what it do. And, you know, just from the simple terminology you use to break that down. Not really them technical audio engineering terms. I could do that if I want, but I don't think too many of y'all benefit from it if I started doing that. I started talking like that. Be a few of y'all catch what I'm saying, but the most of y'all be like, yeah, let's go watch another channel real quick. Tell this dude get off his science that he dropped. You know, so that's my whole purpose for this. So I'm glad that my man actually understood what's being said here. That's exactly what I'm doing. Why I try and explain it in another way, just so the average person can kind of understand it. Because it's a lot of y'all look at these knobs on plugins and y'all just go run to the presets. Y'all just run to the presets, run to the presets, run to the presets, run to the presets. And it's because you never took the time out for somebody to explain to you what them knobs on the plugin do and what you can create with it if you know what they do. See what I'm saying? Because they on damn near every plugin. On your synthesizer plugin that you go and use with the presets on it, you just going straight to them, but them knobs sitting right there on it. And you could tweak them knobs to do some stuff if you just knew what they did. You could. Very simple, some very simple basic understanding of them. Now you in there making 30 more of your own presets you want in that plugin, in that VST plugin you got. That synthesizer via in Serum, and you making 30, 40 more presets of your own sound, just simply because I know what that cutoff do now, and I know what that drive do now. I know. That dude explained that to me in a way to where I kind of got that. You know, I don't know what them things, I don't know exactly what them things are, but I kind of know what they do though. I got to understand what they do. That's my reason for doing this, man. So there you go, man. I'm glad that that's not flying over somebody's head, man. I'm glad. Okay, so let's go. Cutoff, we're going to turn that all the way down. Okay, remember, drive is driving in a specific place. We know the place is driving. Cutoff is how well can we disguise what it's doing. That's what I'm saying. So we literally took it out now. So let's play the beat. Hold up, let me take this drive down a little bit. Let me turn the cutoff back on, and I'm gonna take the drive down about right there, and I'm gauging it by how much I can hear that bounce. Less drive, I can't hear no bounce. The more drive, I can hear that bounce coming back. You remember how we smoothed that out in the Triton? We smoothed out the attack in the Triton for that bounce at the beginning. We wanted it smooth. You start hitting this drive, you add more of that bounce back. Do y'all understand why I smoothed that out? because all of this was coming. If I didn't smooth that out in the Triton, we would have this drive on top of that bounce that the Triton VST had. So I try and smooth that out and gave out, because I knew all of this was coming. The processing of it was coming. See what I'm saying? It's gonna be coming next. So now we can add the drive to it, and we ain't got to worry about it getting too bouncy or too springy, or you know, it's gonna put it right in the pocket where we need, because we took it off before. All right. Driving. Let's go. These buttons right here, there's low pass and high, there's low pass and high pass, cut off, right? This, you know, for lack of a better term, this right here makes this cutoff operate in a different way. I wouldn't get too much into that. I don't want to get too much into that, because that's going to require me to get technical. Just for these two switches right here, it's going to require me to explain a bunch of technical stuff before you understand what these two switches do. So I ain't gonna really get too much into this, but just understand that this right here, it tells you how you want this cutoff to operate. What do you want it to touch? What do you want it to disguise? Put it that way. The cutoff is to disguise what you're doing. These buttons right here is, what do I want to disguise? Do I want to disguise the whole thing, or are there certain specific things I want to disguise about this drive and all of that? That's what these buttons do, and how you flip them and how you do that's going to determine how this cutoff works. But don't worry about that. Just get familiar with the cutoff. Not on this specific plugin, but on any plugin you see cutoff on. Just understand what cutoff does. All right, so let's go. Now that we got the drive up to what we want, we're going to take this cutoff all the way down. That way we don't hear nothing, okay? We playing the track, we don't hear nothing. Let's go ahead on and engage the melodies, and we're going to start releasing the cutoff, and y'all going to start to hit a bass fit right in with the melody. Let's go. Look, you hear it? Now, the more you release this cutoff, that's the more that the bass is gonna now overpower the track. The more you keep releasing this cutoff. We slid it in just by backing off the cutoff some. You started to hit a bass slide into the track. Nice, that's what we wanted. The more you dial this cutoff back, the more you keep doing it, that's the more that bass gonna take over. So that's where now your out knob comes in. Any plugin will have an in and out knob that has drive or cutoff. It's gonna have an in and out knob. So your out knob is now, for as I decrease it, I can start lowering my out volume, my output. That's how much sound is leaving the plugin. So if I keep bringing this bass in, my bass is gonna keep overpowering the track. Let me bring down my out a little bit. Let me release some more of the cutoff. Let me bring down, and you work with that out and that cutoff in tandem with each other as you bring it into the track. You bring the cutoff in, you lower the out down a little bit. That's why you see them different knobs like that. Okay, so let's go. We're gonna take the cutoff back right here, and we gonna as we release the cutoff, we're gonna start hearing the bass come in. I'm gonna attenuate. You call it attenuation. I'm gonna attenuate the volume. I'm gonna attenuate what I'm hearing with this out knob right here. Meaning I'm gonna drop anything that's coming in. I'm gonna drop that coming out. See, anything that's coming in through the cutoff, I'm gonna drop it coming out of the plugin. Let's go. See how we hearing the bass come in? Let's keep going. See, now the bass is starting to take over the track there. It's starting to take it over. See? So let's go attenuate that with the out knob. Let's go. Bring the out down some. See? That's setting the bass in. So in essence, what I'm doing is I'm giving myself the sound of the plugin, and then I'm attenuating the volume, because the more sound of the plugin I hear, that's the more the volume gonna raise. I'm attenuating the volume with the out. Give myself more with the cutoff, more of the sound. If I want to hear more of that drive, if I want to hear more of it with the cutoff, release more of that drive and let more of it come through. Dial the cutoff. The more I hear, I'm attenuate it with the volume knob. So it's almost like this thing working a triangle. Do y'all see the triangle it make? From here to here to here to here. See, from here, from the drive to here to the cutoff, down to the emphasis right here. The emphasis is it's gonna take this and it's gonna put a bite on it. The more the cutoff you hear, this is gonna put like a sting at the end of it, almost like harmonics. It's gonna take it and put a little zap at the end of it. That's what this is. So it goes from here to here to here to here to this out knob. That's the circle that it makes. See what I mean? So I'm releasing the cutoff. I'm gonna go here to the volume. If I want more drive, I'm gonna add more drive. I'm gonna come back to the cutoff, dial it down a little bit because I added more drive. Dial it down a little bit. See what I'm saying? If I release the cutoff, if I want a little bit more, boom, I'm gonna go back here. Dial it out down a little bit. So you're gonna be making this triangle effect like this as you're working with the plugin. See? Boom, 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 boom. If that makes sense to y'all. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. Give myself more to drive. Woo! Wow, look at that. We got that bass sitting there nice, bro, like for real. Look. Let's take the plugin off. This is without the plugin. That's without the plugin. This is with the plugin. Without the plugin. With the plugin. See what we got? All right, let's go. Let's go. Now that we got the warm, this plugin was not for the sound of the bass. If y'all noticed, if y'all follow this, that's not what this plugin was for. It wasn't for the sound of the bass. It wasn't for that. It was for the fullness of the bass, so you can feel it. We weren't concentrating on how the bass sounded. I know half of y'all out there that was listening to that, that's what your mind was focused on, listening to what that sounded like. What I was focusing on was if the bass was full enough. That feeling I get, if it's filling out everything about these pianos that's missing. See, they got a lot of these pianos that's missing from all that effects we did, cutting out stuff, dropping stuff out of the piano. We carving out frequency. They got a lot of that piano that's missing. This bass supposed to fill in every crack of all them pianos that's missing, every crack. That's what I was listening for, not how it sound. I'm gonna get to how it sound gonna be the last thing I deal with. See what I'm saying? I'm just making sure that it's full enough and it's going to fill out my track. That's it. That's all this is for. See what I'm saying? So I think this is filling out my track nicely. Any piano I hear, no matter where it stops, no matter if it's the the electric pianos that we laid down, no matter if it's the upright pianos we laid down, I mean the keyboard pianos we laid down, no matter if it's the guitar that's stopping in that's stopping in the track, I hear this bass filling it out now. Very, very full, and the track never loses any type of body. It always has some type of body to it. Okay, next, what we want is this bad boy right here called is made by the same company called It's called True Iron. This is now your harmonics. Okay, if you notice, there's no drive on here. There's no drive. So that means that it's not pushing the sound to a specific part of the sound. No drive means that this is affecting your whole sound, all of it. Okay? Now, these voicings right here. The reason why they're called voicings is because it tells the plugin where do you want this to be. Okay? Picture the voicings as if you look at your EQ. If you look at your EQ, Picture the voicings as sections of the EQ. So this, here, 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 and here. You can switch between the voicings. It's gonna give you a certain strength, as this knob is called strength. As you turn this knob, it's gonna give you a certain strength between the voicings. Now that doesn't mean that it's gonna affect the voicings. What it means is it's gonna affect how the voicing relates to your music. Maybe that's getting a bit too technical. As a matter of fact, I think it is, but it's gonna relate. I would have to explain a few things for that to be, for that to be understood. But basic premise is this voicing right here tells this plugin how to operate, and you're gonna notice what I mean as we flip this knob. It's very subtle, so you got to pay attention to it really well. I'm gonna overdo it so you guys can hear what it's actually doing. Okay. So the first thing we have is a crush right here. This crush, all that's gonna do is it's not gonna crush your sound, so you don't have to worry. There's no compression on this plugin, so you don't have to worry about this crushing your sound or pushing it down. All it's gonna do is layer that effect over your sound. There's an effect that if you take a hardware compressor, not really a digital compressor in the software, but if you take a hardware compressor, you drive the sound through it, and then you slam down on the sound, it's a certain muffled tinny effect that it's gonna make. That's damn near any compressor, and it's just because of the circuitry and of that's pushing through that compressor, or that's carrying the sound of that compressor. We're not relying on a computer no more. We're relying on the circuitry on a hardware piece of gear. So when you drive it, it's hitting that circuitry, and now it's clamping down on the sound. You're gonna hear a tinny effect that comes out of compressor. It's like a tin, like dinging on taking your fingernail and hitting a tin can. It's gonna sound like that. That's that muffled effect that crushing is. Whenever you have a plugin out there that you see and it says crush bit depth, crusher, all of them plugins like that have that crusher, that's what it's presenting that tinted, but it's doing it in a clamped effect, a very muffled effect. Case in point, a lot of boom bap producers, that's the sound of their drums. That's it. And I know I'm giving away their secret, but it is, honestly, it is. There's one producer in particular. I'm not gonna say his name because he helped me out a lot. But that's his drums. That's literally his drums. That's how you get it. And his drums have that's how he's made a name for himself. His drums have a distinct knock. That's how he did it, with that bit depth and that crush that he has. If you notice on his drum, go, quote unquote knock. See what I'm saying? That's how you get that sound on his drums. It's a mixture between crushing that bit depth, crushing it, and a mixture between how much he drives he drives his drums. So he's made that effect, and now a signature mark of his drums. That tinny effect that your drums have. It's a tinny effect that his drums have. It's not a thud or a kick. You notice on his drum, they hit, they knock. But it's a tinny effect that it has to it, almost like your fingernail hitting a tin can when his drums hit. He's made that distinct effect on his drums. If y'all don't know the producer I'm talking about, then you just don't know. Y'all don't know. But that's the effect. Okay, let's go. Crush. I'm just trying to give you an idea of what crush has, of what crush does. What it does on a plugin. Okay. So let's overdo it. Let's do the bass and overdo it. Okay, now you see that? See what I'm doing? You don't really hear nothing happening. See? You don't really hear nothing happening. Okay? The reason why is because I have no strength going. No strength going. And it's also at unity gain. Unity means that no matter what I do to this plugin, it's always going to keep it at a certain level. No matter what I do to it, it's going to keep it at a certain level. You crank this to boost, give it some strength. Now all of a sudden you hear that crush. Now you hear it. See? See? This voicing right here is telling me how do I want this to operate. I'm gonna kind of keep it on 400, 401. I'm gonna kind of keep it on that because that's kind of like middle. Take the plugin off. This is what it did. Check it out. See? Very subtle, but you can hear it. This is on. See? On. Off. On. Off. On. Make sense? Off. On. Okay, that's what that does. Okay, and we gonna keep it that way. Just a little. That's all that's doing is just making sure that no matter what this bass does, no matter what hits this bass, no matter what touches it, whether it's a guitar, whether it's a piano, whether it's drums that we put on this, no matter what touches this bass, you gonna always hear that bass pop out. That's what's gonna do that. The only thing I could do is just put a whole bunch of stuff around it that make that bass hard to do that. But I done already put it in a nice little space to where it's gonna set nice, damn near in anything you play it in. It gonna set nice. That's all them two plugins was for. That's what they was for. To make sure that we have, first of all, with the synth warmer plugin, to make sure we have enough of that feeling, not the sound. Make sure we have enough of that feeling. That plugin was for the sound, to give me the sound I want of the bass. That crush feel, if I want it to be really smooth, if I want it to have a little bit of pop to it, whatever I want. That's what that second plugin was for. So the reason why I wanted to take the time out to explain that processing of a bass sound is because, first of all, it's going to be dependent on the bass sound that's going through the plugins, the source audio. For us, it was a synth sound coming out of that Triton. It was a synth sound. But if this was a bass guitar, those plugins would operate differently. See what I'm saying? It would be a different way that you go about tweaking those plugins to get that sound, because that's a different sound going through them. Remember, that's a synth warmer, not a guitar warmer, not a guitar cabinet. That's a synth warmer. Got a reason why they stuck that name on it, because it's doing something specifically to that. See what I'm saying? So basically what I'm saying is that being familiar with not only your melodies, a lot of producers, you know, on their videos, they will tell you to make sure that you pay attention to your melodies. Make sure you pay attention to your melodies. Make sure you understand what your melodies are doing. This gives you a good idea of why that producer is telling you that. Not only because your beat's gonna sound better, it's simply because understanding your source audio will help you to understand how you process it. There is no sense in learning plugins and learning what they do if I don't even understand how to deal with the source audio that's coming into the plugin. I don't even understand that. I don't understand how a synth sound is made, so therefore I can't affect the beautiful parts about a synth sound that this plugin allows me to do, because I don't even understand how a synth sound is created or crafted. I don't even understand that. I'm just putting this plugin on, tweaking knobs, and when I hear it get louder, all of a sudden, ooh, yeah, that sound nice, just because it got louder. You see what I'm saying? Like try and educate yourself a bit more as to the source audio. What a guitar is, like when a guitar is amped up, what does that amp do to it? What specifically does it touch? When I drop a phaser on it, what does it do? You know, when I drop a chorus on something, what does that chorus do? Because understanding all of them things about it will help you process it. It will help you process the sound. What does it do to a bass sound versus what does it do to a melodic sound? What does it do to a piano versus what does it do to a guitar? That's now you understanding the source audio. I'm educating myself more about the guitar sound, not more about this plugin that's on it. I'm educating myself more about the piano sound, not more about this plugin that's on the piano sound. Because see, if I know more about the source audio, the source audio, when I say source audio, that's where the audio is coming from. If I understand more about this piano sound, when I put this plugin on, now I can make that plugin affect exactly what I want about that piano. When I put a compressor on a guitar, me understanding the source audio, not how good the plugin work, me understanding the source audio will help me understand how do I want to blend that guitar in using this plugin. How do I want to do that? That's because I understand the guitar sound. I understand what happens to it. When I put certain effects on it, what's going to happen to it? The different things that's going to be pushed in the background, the different things that's going to be raised up. If I put a compressor on it, I know what's going to be raised up. I know what's going to be pushed down. If I put a chorus effect on it, I know what it's going to drown out about the guitar versus what it's going to it's going to bring to the guitar. See, all of that is not you understanding the plugin. All of that is you understanding the guitar, the actual source audio sound. Now, here's the trick. This is the trick of you getting familiar with that sound. Okay? You getting familiar with that sound is going to come from how well you are taking the sound in. Let me say that one more time. You getting familiar with those source audios are going to come from how well you take the sound in. See, a bunch of you guys are dealing with that VST guitar, but don't even understand how a real guitar is processed. Don't even understand how that sound is made, how it comes out of guitar. See, don't even understand it. If I picked up a guitar and asked you to label the different parts of a guitar, like where does the sound actually come from on the guitar? What creates the sound under the strings? No. See? Saying you wouldn't be able to do that. That's you not understanding the guitar, not understanding the source audio. See what I'm saying? On a drum set, an actual drum set, a drum kit, a drum set, on a drum set. How are those sounds produced? When you step on it and that mallet hit that kick drum at the bottom. See, when you're stepping on it, when you're stepping on it, what produces that sound? That's gonna help you process it better. What produces when he slaps down on that snare? When that stick hit that snare drum, what causes that sound to happen? Because it sounds different than when he hit that kick drum at the bottom. When he's stepping on it, it sounds different. See? So what's causing that snare to do that, to make that sound? That's going to help you process it better when you get down to making your sounds in your beats, to when you're putting your sounds in your beats. See what I'm saying? Becoming familiar with them source audios. And the reason why I'm preaching that and why I'm telling y'all that is because we're getting to a generation to where it's all about the plug-in. It's all about the plug-in that I slap on it. It's all about the plug-in I slap on it, the plug-in I slap on it, the plug-in I slap on it. When the source audio, nobody knows too much about how that's created. Do you mean the recorded source? No, I mean the what's producing the audio, not recorded, like, not the drums. Like when you hit a drum, what's producing that? What's producing that sound? When you hit the drum, how is it making that sound? See, they got a lot that's in that drum that makes that sound, that makes that crack when you hit that snare drum. They got a lot in there that does that makes that sound. You know what I'm saying? That's the source audio, not the recorded audio, what mic is going into. No, the source audio, like the where it originates from, where that sound comes from. When I step on that kick drum, that mallet hits a drum at the bottom. How does that sound happen? How does it happen? When that mallet hits that drum at the bottom, you see the drummer that's stepping on that kick, he's stepping on that pedal, and that mallet is hitting that kick drum. Doom, doom, doom. The more you step on it, how does that mallet hit that thing and make that sound? How does it do that? Versus when he hit the top one, it makes a totally different, the snare sound when he hits that one. How does that happen? That's you understanding the source audio. That's what's going to help you process it better. Any of y'all, that's what's going to help you process it better. Not the plugin I put on it. Not how well I can operate the plugin I put on it. And that's the generation we moving towards. It's all about that plugin I go buy that I put on this sound. Not about if I understand even what the source audio is doing. It's no different than in life. See? We always want to know the motive of somebody. We always want to know that. When somebody do something to you, think about it in life. Like in life, if y'all can relate what we talking about to this example. When somebody do something to you, or if you got kids out there, when your kids do something, you see what they done. When they do some wild stuff, you see what they done. But see, you more concerned about why did you do that? See, where did that come from? That's what you more concerned about. I already see what you did. I see that wild shit that you just done. What my question is to you is, why did you go do what? Where did that particular act come from? Like, what is it? That thing you just did. See, that's of more importance to you. And the reason why is because, see, when you know where that came from, you can fix the problem better. You can fix that. If that thing that you just saw from your kid came from him messing around with them dudes he always be with. See, you could fix the source of that problem, can't you? Same thing. It ain't about the problem that just happened. It's about the motive. If I could get down to the motive of what just happened, then I could fix this shit. I could get this shit right. I could do something about what just went on. Not how well I could, not how well I can understand it. The problem, the thing they just did, whatever that is, they just done. Nah, that ain't what I want to know. I already could see that. I could see what you just did. Your child just threw a rock through a window, and now you got to pay for that. I could see what you did. That ain't no mystery to me. I see it. Look, the rock right there, you threw it, and the window broken. See? They even got you on videotape doing it. I could see that already. I don't need no explanation for that. I need to know where that came from. Where did that mentality come from? Where? Where did that shit come? Because I know I ain't raised you like that. Where did that come from? That's what you're going to be more concerned about. So if you take that same exact analogy and apply it to what we learned here, the object is to get familiar with the source audio. All this processing that y'all saw, you're going to notice if you watch the video over, I saved it till the ending of the video because I didn't want y'all to be concerned with that while I was doing it. If you notice, go back and watch the video. Everything you saw from what I did to these sounds is because the source audio told me to do it. The source audio told me to do it. No matter what processing I put on these sounds, no matter what I did to it, the source audio told me to do it. So if you could become better familiar with the source audio, you'll be more equipped to take these sounds and blend them all through your beats, melodically, all of that. See what I'm saying? You even go to some new heights in creating your own sounds, sound designing your own sounds, because you know how you know the source audio. See what I'm saying? You'll start getting creative with customizing your own sounds for your beats. That's how I do it. I'm not randomly twisting knobs just to see what happens on my synthesizers. I'm very familiar about that source audio of them synthesizers, so I know what I'm doing when I twist them knobs. See? I know what I want to affect. I know how I want to affect it, and I know where I want it to go once I affect it. And it's all because, not because I know the synthesizer real well, it's because I know the source of how that synthesizer operates, how that sound is produced in that synthesizer, how does it come about when I hit that key and now I hear a sound? How does that happen with that circuitry? And how does it happen? Become familiar with that. And that's not some Einstein stuff I'm talking about. That ain't some Einstein math equations you got to understand. No, it's not. It's not at all. That information is there for anybody that wants to go know. It's just that you're concerned with the next plugin you could buy. That's what you're concerned with. That's what most of y'all concerned. The next plugin you could get. Not realizing that no matter what plugin I go get, eventually I got to understand this source audio that's going through this plugin. Eventually I'm going to have to deal with that some kind of way. I got to know what happens when I put a piano through this plug. I got to know what happens when I put a guitar through this plug. I got to know what happens when I put a bass through this plug. I got to know that. Now I'm going to be doing shit like, nope, I don't want to use that compressor. I want to use this one. So you're going to be doing that. Nope, I don't want this reverb. I want that one. You're going to be doing that. Say, nope, I don't want this EQ right here. I want to use this one right here. That's the one I want in this specific situation. See, because I know that source audio and what it's going to do to it. I know that. So not this EQ. No, not that one. That's going to make my job hard. I want this one. That's the one I want. That's what's going to help you to do it. Hopefully that makes sense to y'all. Hopefully that makes sense to y'all. And yeah, this is how that works. This is how that works. You know, when I process my sounds, you know, it ties into the video, how I started the video. I'm using more of the keyboard. You know, I'm using more of the key when I make my melodies. I made all of these melodies playing the keyboard, all of them, including the guitar melody, just playing the keys and the bass, everything. All of these melodies, all five. What we got? Five melodies. Yep. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. All five melodies we made using the guitar. I mean, using the keyboard. So, you know, hopefully from this video, you know, we kind of cleared up not only how to get a certain sound, but also from this video, you can kind of understand the difference between, you know, actually playing your sounds, giving yourself a certain feel that you can process, beside or just clicking your sounds in, you know, with a mouse or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that one is better than the other one. I'm not saying that, and that ain't the debate that I want to get into. All I want to simply tell you is, no matter which one you're doing, no matter which one you are doing, educate yourself in the other one. That's my point. So if you a clicker and you clicking in notes, or even if you playing this MPC with these pads, and you eventually get down to dealing with this keyboard a little bit, get down to it, see if you can tap out some notes. If y'all need help understanding a few things about it, the stuff that you learned here, it's accessible anytime you want to lock in with me. Just go to my website, or you can look at the link in the video description. You can get a time with me online to where I can take you through a bit more of what you saw here. If you have any questions about it, or if you have any questions or some shit you dealing with on your own that you may be fuzzy on or unclear about, come with them questions, man. Come with, literally write them down and come with them. And we're gonna try and answer as many as we can while I got you on screen. We're gonna try and answer as many as we can. That's how that works. You know what I'm saying? I don't claim to know everything about everything, but from these tutorials y'all keep getting, you know, we gotta concede to the fact that, okay, the boy know a few things. He do. You know, he know a few things. He do. Honestly, he do. He might not know everything, but he do know a few though. He does. We have to concede to that, man. I wouldn't be in the place I'm in if I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully y'all can kind of get something from them. Like I said, nobody is paying me to do these tutorials. I do these tutorials simply, or these live ones. If you notice, every time I get on live, sometimes I just make beats and just like to rock out. Sometimes I give you guys an all-out tutorial, literally 3-4 hours of just explaining a few specific things that I know all of y'all deal with. The reason why I give y'all these tutorials like this live is because not only do I know y'all face some troubles in y'all music production, but I know a lot of you guys, you know, for whatever reason, probably aren't going to reach out for help. For whatever reason that is, whether you were just raised that way not to ask for help, whether I don't know where that comes from. You know, I don't know. But that's how some people, I know there's a lot of people out there like that. You won't come ask for, you won't literally come and get some direct help. You won't. So being that I know that about people, I'll make these videos for that specific group of people. But if you are the person that wants to know this and you want to dive into it a little bit more to understand how you can process your sounds better, to understand just some very, very simple things that we went over here that will unlock your potential on what you're already doing. Sometimes it's just a small twist of the key, something very, very simple that unlocks a lot for you. That's all it is. And to be honest with you, most of the time, that's what it is for everybody. Just a small twist of the key. The only thing is you can't twist that key yourself. You're going to have to put yourself in front of somebody that can twist that key for you. Because no matter how many times you try and twist it, it don't work. It doesn't unlock for you. It doesn't open up for you. Sometimes you got to put yourself in front of somebody who's very capable of twisting that key a little bit, and boom, all of a sudden, now this makes sense and that makes sense. And oh shit, wait a minute, this makes sense and that makes sense. Just from a twist of that key. One little twist. know what I'm saying? I was the same way. Happened to me the same way. They got some specific people that literally tweet, and I swear the MPC. I looked at the MPC in a whole different way from what I had been looking at it from. And for the when I first picked it up way back in the day, I just twisted that key. Learning from I learned a whole different way I looked at it. Like, holy shit, wait a minute, hold up, okay. I wasn't thinking about it like that. I knew what it did and I knew how to operate it, but I just wasn't thinking about it in that fashion. Yeah, that kind of changes the scope of this thing. Next thing you know, I started going ham in that thing. See, and I had been using it, been making beats on it, so I was fairly good at it. Would you say I needed help? I probably wouldn't have said that. Nah, I don't really need no help. I'm cranking out beats in this thing. But see, just from being on the side of that dude, face to face with him, not on no video nowhere, face to face with him, and just him twisting that key. Look, I looked at MPC totally different way. And it helped me to unlock some things up here about it. Not on the MPC, some things up here about it that I wanted to do with it. And y'all followed that journey. Look at what it did for me. Just the twist of that key. See what I'm saying? So that's my point of stuff like this, of these type of videos. If y'all missed that, or if y'all not catching the vibe of what's going on when I do this. Nobody puts no gun to my head and make me do this, and nobody don't pay me for this. I just get on here because I know it's a few people that you just, for whatever reason, they just won't get that help. They just won't, for whatever reason that is. I don't know. Maybe too stubborn, call it stubbornness, call it, I don't think I need your help, but yet I'm going to watch everything you do. I don't know how that works, but, call it whatever you want. But, maybe you was raised in a fashion where somebody told you if you ask for help, you're not a man, or you're a wimp if you ask for help. I don't know. Maybe somebody screwed up your life like that. I don't know. I don't know what that is, but you got some people that just not going to ask for it. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. It just won't. No matter how much somebody say, yeah, man, come get this, man, come get this info right here. It's literally gonna help you, man. It will. Come get it. No, you won't. That's how it works. But I urge you guys. I'm not saying that to make fun of anybody. I'm saying that because hopefully from these videos, hopefully it motivates you guys to be like, you know what, man, it's about time for me to see if somebody could twist that key. It's about time. Let me just see if somebody could twist that key and just unlock something. Let me just see. I don't know. Maybe not. Let me just see. Might help you out. This 4 hours did some good. That we was on this live stream, probably 5, huh? This did some good. So just imagine what else you're missing. Just imagine. All this made sense. Every last bit of it. From minute number 1 to 5 hours, all of it made 100% sense. Everything down the line, broken down, very fluent, in a manner and a speech that you can understand it. Just imagine what else you're missing. That's all I'm saying. Just imagine what else you're missing. That's it. That's it. Okay. Thank you guys so much for tuning into this video. Thank y'all so much, man. I think I'm gonna save this melody and I'm gonna make the rest of the beat. I wanted to create the rest of the beat, but it's getting a little late right now, and I do have something to do early in the morning. So yeah, I wanted to make the rest. I wanted to hurry up and put the drums on. Should I do that? Should I put the drums on this thing real quick, man? Nah, I ain't gonna make it. I ain't gonna make it if I put the drum. If I start the drums now, I ain't gonna make it. Okay. But I'm gonna save this melody, and maybe I'm gonna go live again, probably like tomorrow or something after my sessions, after my in-studio sessions. I'll go live again tomorrow, and we'll hook up the drums, man. But hopefully this gives y'all a good idea of what you could do with processing your sounds. Hopefully it gives you a good idea of some of the things that can be unlocked for you if you just kind of, understand, more about what the source audio of what you're doing. You'll be able to process it way better. Nobody ever talks about the source audio. I see so many producers that are teaching you about, the plugin and about the thing, but nobody talks about the source audio, the source of it. Like, if I understand the source, the motive of this whole thing, I can do some crazy things when it goes through these plugins. I can do that if I just understand how, the source. Bass, why it's felt, not really heard. The reason why is because of the frequency range it resides in and how it's created. Bass, that sub sound that it uses to See, so you don't hear that. You feel it though. You do. So if I understand that, that's gonna help me more on how to process it. So instead of keep turning the volume up on my bass because I can't hear it, or some things is in the way of my bass, is distorted, or I can't really hear my bass, all these instruments covering it, or you know, all this stuff. Instead of trying to figure that, you're gonna know why that is. You're gonna literally be able to go straight to the problem. The reason why is because I know what a bass sound does. I know how it's made, how it's created. Not how well I can work the plugins. And fix this thing. No, I know the bass. I know how bass is, so I know exactly what it's touching. I know exactly where it gets crazy at. I know exactly when this sound hits it, what it's gonna do to it. You start to know stuff like that. And it's all because you started to familiarize yourself with the source audio, the thing what a sound originates from. You started to familiarize yourself with that. Simple, very, very simple concept, man. All right. Thank y'all. So he said throw drums on it real quick. Man, come on, dog. You gonna do that to me, bro? You gonna do that to me, Chris? You gonna do that to me, huh? You gonna do that to me, huh? He said throw drums on it real quick. My man requested it, bro. Y'all know how I do it. Who am I to say no to a request? You know, who am I? You say throw drums on it real quick. So let's do it. Let's arrange the sample real quick. Should I put let's put a vocal in here real quick, something. Let's put a vocal up in here real quick. I don't know what, but something we're gonna put in here. Let's just go to Trust the Arcade. Let's just for time's sake. What time it is? Yeah, let's go to Trust the Arcade and put a vocal in here real quick. It's the vocal gonna give it a little spice up. So let's do that. Let's go to Arcade. Let's do that. My man Chris say put the drums on it real quick, man. Put the drums on it real quick, man. Don't leave the beat scarce like that. Put the drums on it real quick. So if Chris say do it, if he say do it, then shit, you know, we gonna do it then. We're gonna throw the drums on that, man. I'm gonna try and do it rather quickly. Okay, what are we in here? I think we in A sharp minor, I believe. I think. Let's see. All right, A sharp would be B flat. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that, Tori. Appreciate that, Tori, man. I appreciate that, man. T Roy, thanks so much, man. Let's hold up, man. Let me go use the I didn't plan on being on this long. Let me go use the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna just loop the beat over with. I'm gonna loop the beat over. You know, y'all figure out if there's something else y'all want to put in there while I go use the bathroom real quick. But we're gonna throw the drums on it when I get back though. Just let me use the bathroom real quick. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's put the drums on it. My man said that's the way you end another master class, man. Thank you so much, bro. Mr. T Roy, man. Appreciate that, man. You know, I do this, and I don't, you know, I don't have no way of seeing y'all faces, or I don't have no way of like connecting with y'all, to, you know, like connecting with y'all as a person. I don't have no way of doing that whenever I do this. So I don't know if this flying over your head. I'm not gonna know unless you tell me. And a lot of y'all kind of just sit quiet, not understanding. Like, I'm trying to know if this helped y'all. If it's giving y'all something. If it's not. If you, even if y'all think I'm talking foolishness, like, tell me that, bro. Like, please, by all means, tell me, bro. You feel what I'm saying? That's gonna let me know if I need to go sharpen up what I'm doing. If I need to maybe figure out a better way to explain it, like, or if I need to, before I go live again, let me write some stuff down to where maybe I could talk a little bit more fluent. You know, maybe I lost some people with the way I talk, you know, like, I'm not going to know unless y'all tell me, because I don't have no way of seeing y'all right now. I don't have no way of doing that. Like, literally, I'm just talking in a room to a camera. So I appreciate y'all guys for actually letting me know that, you know, letting me, okay, yeah, I actually picked up something here. I got that, or I understood that what you just did, or wait, hold up, I didn't get that right there that you just did. Can you kind of back up and do that again? I see, I appreciate that, because it's letting me, it's almost like now I could connect with y'all now, even though I can't see y'all. So thank y'all, the ones that didn't forget about that. That dude just sitting there talking to a camera in his room. You see what I'm saying? He's sitting there talking to a camera. Nobody around. He's talking to a camera, literally, and trying to connect with somebody, talking to a camera. Like, some people don't think about it like that. You know, so thank y'all for saying something in the chat. I appreciate that. Like, if you picked up something, or if you got something I did, you understood it, or it made sense, or a light bulb went off in your head when you saw something. Thank y'all for actually typing that in. That message is free. Like, it's free for you to do. It's free. It's not like it costs you nothing to just say, hey, look, click. Hey, I got that. Yeah, up, down. Okay, that made sense right there. That's free to do, and it don't cost you shit. And it helps me out. Like, literally, it helps me out to know, okay, he know that he on the right track, or he explaining that well, or he you know, that makes sense what he's saying. You know, like, that let him know that, because he's sitting in a room literally talking to a camera. That's what he doing. He's sitting in a room talking to a camera. You feel what I'm saying? So thank y'all, the ones that don't forget about that. Like, y'all ain't forgetting about that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's what y'all, you know, that's what you do. Not only for any way you pull up, just know that person is 9 times out of 10 sitting in a room somewhere, you know, whether it's a studio or at his house or wherever. He's sitting in a room talking to a camera. That's what he doing. And he don't have no connection with you. None. So the only way you could give him that is if you tell him something. Oh, I got that. Oh, I appreciate that information right there. Oh, yeah, that made sense right there. Oh, that's the only way. That's it. You know, so just remember that when y'all pull up to people, stuff like that, y'all gonna go somewhere else and watch somebody else. I mean, just remember that, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's free to do, and it don't cost shit. And it lets that person know that, okay, there, I connected with somebody out there, you know, a few people. Thank you. I appreciate that, because I was kind of getting bored just talking to this camera. You know. If that makes sense, man. You know, if that do make sense. Sometimes you gotta look at it from other people's viewpoint, not just your own. You have to, bro. Like, you know, like, that's it. That's the reason why I tell, like, when I see people doing stuff like this, I tell them something, man, because I know, hey, that dude sitting in the room talking to a camera. You know, and he trying to make some kind of connection through a camera, by himself in a room through a camera. Let me help him out a little bit. Hey, dog, hey, that was smooth right there. That was tight right there. I got that. See, let me help him out a little bit. I'll say something to somebody in the chat. You feel what I'm saying? Let me help him out a little bit, because that's what he doing. You know. Thank y'all, man. Thank the people that do think in that line and along that lines, and don't forget that, man. Thank y'all, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank y'all, man. Like, that means a lot, man. Just, you know, because yeah, somebody could get bored just talking to a camera in a room. They could. You know. Meanwhile, 30, 40 people watching them, and ain't nobody said shit. but 30, 40 people watching them the whole time on the screen, but ain't nobody saying nothing. You know, like that could get kind of boring. You know, sitting in the room talking to our kids. So thank the people for not forgetting about that shit, man. Thank y'all, man. Whoever dropped something in the chat or whoever said something, appreciate y'all, man. Yeah, let's put these vocals on there. I want to put vocals in here. That way the track don't sound messed up. Where we at? Why this ain't playing? I'm on the track. Really? Oh, I gotta choose a bank. My bad. My bad. I gotta choose a bank. My bad. I ain't used arcade in so long. I forgot how it worked. I'm supposed to see some keys down there, right? Come on, man. There we go. Not that. 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 That's more like sound effects. Come on, man. Give me something nice. Give me something nice. Oh. That's kind of clean. Oh, let's go with that. Let's go with that. First thing I'm gonna do is take these effects. Oh shit. Is that? Yeah. First thing we're gonna do is take these effects off. I don't really like arcade effects, man. So I'm gonna go in here in the tweak thing right here. Go to the mixer and drop all these effects off right here. The reverb gone, chorus gone, limiter gone. Let's take all that shit off. Let's go. Woo! That went well. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot right there. All right. Let's duplicate that over like that. Let's go. Let's go. That's it. That's all we need right there. Let's freeze and flatten that to audio. Boom. That did it. Yeah, we're gonna put some drums on here, man. Chris, my boy Chris said to put the drums on. And T-Raw, I know you want to hear the drums. I ain't even gonna ask you. I know you want to hear the drums. So we gonna go it on it. We're not gonna leave the track empty like this. We're gonna go it on, put the drums on it, man. Let's do it, bro. And I'm gonna just be late. I'm gonna just be late. You know, I gotta drive right now, man. Like I gotta literally get on the road, bro. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna just be late, man, you know. So we just be late. Let's just be late. Just cause we want to put the drums on the track. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna be late. All right. I'm just kind of doing some finishing touches to it. All right, let's process. Let's go on and arrange the track real quick. I'm gonna arrange the sample, that way we can lay down the drums. All right, so I want the guitar to play. I think I want the keys to play right out of the gate. I don't want that to play just yet, and I want the guitar to play. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Got the sample arranged. Let's do it. Drums. Y'all ready for the drums? Let's go. I'm gonna be using the drums for my Cerebral drum kit. Link in the video description if y'all want to rock with these drums. Let's get a hi-hat and kind of get the How you draw that thing in a straight line? Is it control? They got a way to draw this to where you how you do that in Ableton to where you can draw in a straight line without going down like this? They got something you can hold. Is it shift? Wait, to where you're just drawing a straight line. And you don't go down like this. I forgot what it is. Is it shift and alt maybe? Oh, you can't draw that. Control and shift? Nah. Is it control? No. I forgot. Somebody help me out with that shortcut, man. To where you could draw in a straight line like this. You could draw your pattern, and it don't matter if you go down like this. It's gonna keep drawing it on a straight line. It's like a safeguard to keep your pencil tool on a straight line. I forgot what that is, man. It's in there though. It's in there. Somebody look that up for me real quick on Google. I forgot what that shortcut is. You can hold something while you're drawing your pattern. It's gonna allow your cursor to stay straight. Your pencil tool to stay straight. Man. That ain't the one. That ain't the one. It's this one. It's three. It's three. That ain't the one. There we go. Boom, put a roll here. Randomize the velocities like that. Yeah, let's go. First hi-hat pattern done. Let's go. I'm gonna put this one in right here. Number 8. Yep, got that in. I'm gonna put some delay on that hi-hat right there. Let's go. Got the hi-hats. A little accent in there. Let's put a little X in there. Yeah, right there. Yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's put a clap in there. I like that snare. I'm partial to the snares. Not much the claps, but you know, we're gonna do a snare right here. Appreciate that true 12. Let's put an open hi-hat in there. Let's put some percussion sounds in there. Put that clav in there. Let's go. Kick. Ooh, let's use 19. I just want a simple kick pattern, man. Just simple. We're gonna let the 808 do all the heavy lifting. Got it. We're gonna use 808.5 in that mug. Let's get that 808 going. Simple drums, man. Simple drums, bro. Sometimes simple is more, man. Simple is way more, bro. Just keep it simple. Keep a vibe going. And yeah, let that shit rock like that, man. Oh, where I'm at again? A, we in A. Bam. There we go. Oh. Oh, let's make that hit double. Man, I gotta shape that a little bit, man. Down. Right down to A. Bam. Bam. Back at A. Right here, take these out. Make it hit right here in the middle. Make it hit double right here. Lower the velocity down. To do something different right there before we go up. Don't. Ooh. There we go. That's it. Lower it down. Let's go. Make sure y'all drop a comment in the chat if y'all feeling the drum pattern, man. I'm feeling that. We're gonna freeze and flatten that 808 to audio. I ain't changing that. That shit came out too ham. I ain't changing that. Bam. Now what I do is I zoom in it with Z right like this. And I go make sure I cut this out and then I fade it in right here. That way it don't be no click. So let's more fade right there before I duplicate it over to the rest of the pattern. Boom, like that. Then I hit Shift X to zoom back in. I need another perk sound, man. What perk sound? Ooh. Let's put the pop sound in there. Let's put the pop sound in there. Let's put that in there. I want that shit to hit right when the beat starts. Boom, ding, ding. Look, right there. Nah. There it is. Now I want the second one to lag. This way it should be right here, but I want it to lag. Right there. I want the second one to lag. If the second one lag, then it's gonna be closer to the first one when it start again. See? And it's gonna be close to this one. We need a crash. We need a crash. The drop is not hard enough. Let's go grab a cymbal. Seven gonna do, and all I'm gonna do is just put that right here, raise up the velocity all it can go. Raise up the velocity all it can go. That's all I need, and then we're gonna move that right. And then we're gonna move that right. We're gonna duplicate that over like that. Bam. I got my crash. Oh, let's raise the volume up on that just a taste. Do I have to pitch it? I have to pitch it. I think I gotta pitch it. Let's pitch it down. Nah, it's right. It's right. It's right. But I had to pitch. Thank heavens for the cerebral drum kit. There we go. Let's put the B tag on it. Let's put the B tag on it. Let's put the B tag on it. Boom. Right here. We're gonna zoom into that. Cut it right here. Delete. Over. We're gonna cut it right there. Delete. Smooth that out. Double click on it. Go here. Complex Pro. Go here. B tag effects. Go here, here, here. Copy that and go to 16 right here. Right there. Paste it and drag it out. We got the beat tag on there. Let's go. Oh shit, I forgot to stretch it out. My bad. I forgot to stretch it out. I knew there was something I forgot. We forgot to stretch it out. It has to go. It has to go. There we go. Make sure it falls right there. Copy. Paste. Stretch that out. There we go. Let's listen to it. You're welcome, True 112. Appreciate you so much for pulling up, man. Thanks so much, man. Call Malaco. Malako, thanks so much, man. What made you go from MPC to Ableton and not Logic Pro? What is Logic? Was I supposed to go? You made that sound like I was supposed to go to Logic Pro. He said, why Ableton and not Logic Pro? He made that sound like, man, you were supposed to go to Logic after that. You were supposed to go to Logic, though. Why you didn't go to Logic? Nah, just I got a video that explains that, man. If you go research on my channel, like a few videos back, it's the one that says something about creativity in a title. It's the whole video explains why I moved to Ableton, the whole entire video, man. So just go check that out, bro. It's gonna give you a good idea of why you see me rocking with Ableton right now.
Purpleworld.
I think it says something about creativity in the video. I got on a blue shirt with like circles on, white circles on it. Say something about creativity. Let's check out the beat, man. Drop it in the comments if y'all like the beat, if y'all rocking with it, man. Drop it in the comments, man. Let me know.
Purpleworld made that.
Thank y'all so much for rocking with me, man. I appreciate it. Y'all hung with me the whole night. We made a tight ass beat, man. Thank y'all so much for pulling up. I hope y'all got something from this video, man. If y'all did, make sure you smash the like button on that. Drop your boy a follow if this is your first time with us. If you want these drums right here that we literally went stupid with, that's my new Cerebral drum kit. It is on my website at thedrankkang.com. You can go get that drum kit, man. It is currently our highest selling drum kit. It has passed the Dungeon drum kit with over 2,200 copies sold. Thank y'all so much for that. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, and I hope you guys got it. I got a new loop kit that's coming. It's called a perennial loop kit. It is coming. Just let me plug it real quick. Just real quick for you guys. I'm gonna plug it. I gotta plug it. Let me plug it real quick while I got you guys online. This is my new perennial loop kit that's coming. I posted it on my Discord, so all of them guys they're aware of it. It's coming. It's gonna have a bunch of melodic melodies like this, piano melodies, me playing on the keys. It has a lot of melodies that I made with my synthesizers, playing on the keys. And yeah, it's gonna be crazy, man. So let me plug it real quick. show y'all where it's at. This is my Discord right here. If you look in the coming events room, it's a while back. Oh yeah, and we will be playing for the sample flip challenge that we had on Discord. I posted it on YouTube in my community tabs on YouTube. Y'all make sure y'all check that out. I posted the Discord sample flip challenge. We had that ended last week. We're gonna post the date that we're gonna jump on live on Twitch and listen to all the submissions. We got quite a few submissions for the Discord sample flip challenge. So that was a challenge that we issued back on February 5th, and it lasted from February 5th to February 10th. The last day to get your samples in was February 10th. I dropped some samples in the Discord right here in the Discord challenge room. These are the 3 samples right here. Boom, everybody grabbed those 3 samples, and they had until the 10th to turn in their beats, to submit them to my email address. They did that. It is now locked off and closed. So if you guys are interested in stuff like this, we're gonna be having another one real soon. I got prizes. I'm gonna be sending gifts to people's homes. I think I got an audio interface and I believe a microphone to give away, a gaming microphone. And I think I got some cash as well. Be giving away some cash as well. Also, I'm gonna be giving away some sample packs and some drum kits as well. So all of that is happening. We're gonna be listening to all of the submissions come. I think it's gonna be posted sometime this week in the coming events tab right here on Discord. That's where we post everything we do. Okay, so coming events gonna be posted right here. So this is what I mean though. My kit, my drum kit. This is it right here. Let me plug it real quick for y'all. This is the kit right here. Let me rewind that. This is the new perennial loop kit that is coming really soon. Really soon. The new perennial loop kit. We're gonna be dropping the date for that. We'll be dropping the date for that. I think this week we're gonna be dropping the date that it's gonna release. Not releasing it this week, but dropping the date that it's gonna release. I think that's coming this week. So we're gonna post it all in that coming events tab. That's pretty much where you can keep up with everything we do. You know, whether it comes down to anything I'm releasing, anything I'm dropping. So if y'all not following the Discord, make sure y'all do that. Let me drop the link in the Twitch chat real quick for all of you guys can do that. HTTPS discord.gg/SFG producers. Boom, SFG producers. I think that's it. Discord. Yeah, I dropped it in the chat. I dropped the link in the chat. That's the link straight to my Discord community. All of y'all come follow that thing. Come join the Discord. Man, we give away gifts, prizes, all that stuff, man. I give away drum kits. They got a whole sample library in the Discord for the user guys who like to sample. We like nice melodies, man. They got a whole sample library in there with a shitload of samples that all custom done, cooked up. And they all royalty free. You can go in that room, download the whole sample, the stems. They all broken down in the stems. All of that you get on my Discord channel, man. And I keep updating that thing, keep loading more and more. So they got like over like 60 or 70 in there now. Just stems and melodies and all that. Drum sounds, all that you can go get in there. So, and it's all royalty free, man. Go handle your business. Do whatever you do with that. Have some fun with it. That's my gift to everybody who joins the Discord. I always update that and put more and more of my melodies in there. Also, there's a place for you to promote your music as well. There's we all link up and we cook up live, you know, so y'all can get online with me, you know, cook up live in the collab studio rooms that we have in there. You can cook up live. A few of them guys was in there earlier while I was on live. They had a few people in there while we was on live cooking up in the Discord. I looked and they had actually about 3 or 4 people in there cooking up live while we was on this live stream. They was in there live in the Discord live cooking up. So they probably had fun doing that, man. I'm sorry I missed them. But yeah. All of that, man. Thank y'all so much for tuning in, bro. I'm gonna get up out of here. I gotta hit the road, get on the road, and do a little bit of driving, man. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a long night, though. But it's all in the interest of music, man. You know, making some hot content, getting some hot stuff done, man. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate it, man. I love all you guys, man. I do this because I love it, and also I love to share information, and I love to help. That's what I love to do. You know, and I know, like in this day and age we living in, you know, anybody that's doing stuff like that, they got some ulterior motives. You know, that's how I am. I turn my eyebrow up to anybody that's like, you know, oh, man, all I want to do is just help. All I want to, yeah, what you want, though. I do that myself. So I can understand that people do it to me. So I tell people to be skeptical of me. I want you to. I want you to question everything and be skeptical of me. Do it. You know, absolutely do it. The reason why is because I want to make sure that I'm on point and on my game. So absolutely be skeptical of it. You know, be very, very skeptical of it. You know, look at me with your eyebrow turned up and like, okay, this dude must want something. He must. I want you to. I want you to be very skeptical. That way you could do your digging and you could do all of that. And it's gonna keep me on my toes. It's gonna keep me on my game, making sure I'm going out here and help people doing it the way I gotta do it. And the way it's beneficial for everybody. So I want all of y'all to keep me on my toes, all of y'all. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Be very, very skeptical, man. Thank y'all so much. And I love you guys, man. If y'all need any help with anything that y'all doing, anything like this, come lock in with me. You know, we always gonna make sure that we try and get you some answers to some questions or whatever you got. I'll just upgrade whatever you're doing if you want to get better at it. We're gonna upgrade it and make sure that we keep one foot in front of the other with what we learning and doing, man. All right. I love you guys, man. Y'all take care. And yeah, we're gonna get out of here, man. Thanks so much, man. Let me shout out a few people in the chat. Thank you so much, T Roy, for pulling up. Thank you so much, True 112, Christopher Keys. Thank you so much, Carl Malaka. I think I'm saying that right. If I'm not, I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Akil Rock. Appreciate you. Real Spillville. Appreciate you, man. Thanks so much, DeBron. Yo Report. Thank you so much. Zach the Legend. Thank you so much. Dopalicious, Lotus Side Beats. That's they in the SFG. They in my Discord. Those two. I know those names. Area 51 Beats. Thank y'all so much, man. And anybody I missed, I'm sorry. But I'm just kind of skimming through the chat at everybody that left messages, man. Thank y'all so much, man. I love all you guys, man. And if I could be of any help to you guys, don't be scared to ask, bro. Like, really, don't be scared to ask. You know, and I ain't talking about no YouTube comments neither, man. Like, I can only do so much with a YouTube comment, bro. Like, so if you expect me to get into some long drawn out chat with you on how to a tutorial in the YouTube comments, yeah, man. Like by all means, please don't do me like that. I don't mind answering questions in the YouTube chat, but if you got some specific shit you need help with, then stop bypassing that big sign that says come lock in with me and get some help on my website. Stop bypassing that and go and run to the YouTube comments and trying to get help. Go get that help. If you really want some help, go get that and come lock in with me, period. Point blank, period. And we're going to fix whatever the hell you got going on. We're going to fix it. I don't care if it's patterns, notes, if shit out of key, if your sound ain't coming out right, if whatever ideas you got in your head, you can't really translate them well. They got simple tips and techniques that if you just get the game and learn them from someone or understand them, they will get you moving, period. Like everything in life is like that. Everything. It's just that you don't know them yet. So it's a little bit hard for you to do it, and that's okay. But just don't sit there with it being hard. That's all I'm saying. Don't sit there with it being hard. Or your shit just not coming out the way you want it to. Don't sit there. That's my only thing. Don't sit there with that. Don't. There is no reason for that. When you have somebody that's saying, let's go, come, let me fix that. Let's fix that. You and me. Let's fix that shit. You know what I'm saying? Just don't do that, man. That's just not, just, you know, if you love music and you love what you're doing and you have a passion for it and all that shit you be talking, all of that in your heart is true to you. If you believe all of that, then absolutely you're going to go get the help if you're having trouble with something. Or not even if you're having trouble, just if you want to connect with somebody else that's of the same mind as you, pushing in this thing, trying to do something with it. You're going to do that. You will. Your passion won't stop you from doing that. It won't. It will motivate you to do it. So if all that shit you be talking about, you want to do this and you love it, and I love music and all that, you know, all that producer shit we be talking. Everybody talk that. If that's true, then that passion shouldn't stop you from doing it. That passion should motivate you to be like, shit, man, I'm going to lock in. You know what I'm saying? Shit, even if I know this shit, man, with that mind plus my mind, yeah, we bound to do something crazy. So, you know, that's what I be thinking, because I'm so passionate about this craft. I'm so in it. That's exactly what my mind will be thinking. But nowhere along the lines will I be thinking, no, I ain't gonna do it. No, not my passion. No, my passion don't make me say that. It don't make me. It make me say, yeah, for sure, definitely. I'm going. Yeah, we lock in at least once. At least once. Yeah, definitely, we gonna lock in. So go do that, man. You know what I'm saying? And if you could get something to eat, at Burger King, then you could pull up on a session. You could pull up. Dude, that's how easy it is, man. All right. Thank y'all so much. I love you guys. Y'all take care. Make sure y'all keep making music. And I'm out of here, man. Peace.
Purple world.